Chapter 9:16. With the buff from the Black Star character summon card, Indestructible Body, Mad Blade was like a god descending from the heavens. He gave up on more than 80% of his defense and focused on dealing damage. The close combat mechanical weapons slashed and swept crazily, blasting out many trenches on the arena. They kept switching guns and firing swarm tracking bullets, causing a series of rumbling explosions. Orange-red flames rose up, and the temperature rose rapidly. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Captain Viking was in a terrible state. He kept rolling around in the range of the explosions to avoid the damage. He had activated the Berserk character summon card and wanted to fight Mad Blade head-on. However, any damage he dealt to Mad Blade would be healed in the blink of an eye, and his attacks were ineffective. With such an insane recovery ability, there was nothing he could do. Captain Viking had no choice but to change his strategy and stall for time. The character summon card had a time limit. Although Mad Blade's recovery was ferocious, his damage was not increased. Captain Viking no longer had any thoughts of defeating Mad Blade and only wanted to stall for time. The longer he could stall for time, the easier it would be for his teammates. Captain Viking activated his special ability, and the epic enchanted battle axe in his hands turned blue and transparent. It was as though it had turned into an axe made of ice, and the normal physical attack turned into a frost slash to slow down Mad Blade. Mad Blade did not care and continued to close in. The mobility of a mechanical pugilist was far higher than that of a pugilist. Even if his speed was slowed to a certain extent, Captain Viking would not be able to escape from his range. With a catcher sound, the arm of his mechanical suit switched to an enormous alloy axe. Mechanical force flowed around it, and it smashed down crazily. Clang! Clang! The alloy axe with dazzling mechanical force wrapped around it clashed with the ice-like dual axes time and time again, producing crisp sounds. Large amounts of orange-red sparks and blue ice shards splashed out, and an invisible shockwave burst out every time they clashed. The two of them were shrouded in tornado-like ice storms and lightning bolts, and the special effects were extremely dazzling. After all, they were both Grade B supers, and the special effects of the battle between the players were even better. Captain Viking could only hold on, and it did not take long for his health to fall below 40%. On the other hand, Mad Blade was still as lively as ever, and the strength of every attack was still at its peak. Crack! Right at this moment, the ground beneath Captain Viking's feet cracked open, and a burrowing spider broke out of the ground. It released a large amount of electricity that gathered at Captain Viking's feet. Captain Viking's feet went numb, and he entered a temporary state of movement paralysis. In the midst of the intense battle, Mad Blade secretly operated his mecha and used the movement as a cover to release the mechanical spider from his leg armor. He stealthily moved to Captain Viking's feet and released a control skill to stun the enemy. Mechanical pugilists had a lot of tricks up their sleeves when it came to melee combat. They were like the combination of a weapon master and a hidden weapon master. The number of control skills they had far exceeded that of pugilists. Seizing the opportunity, Mad Blade switched to a mechanical spear and thrust it forward. Captain Viking could only raise his axes to block. Clang! The mechanical spear landed heavily on the surface of the dual axes, and sparks flew. Captain Viking felt a powerful force surging toward him, and there was even a high-frequency vibration in it. Clearly, the spear had used a skill to complement the weapon's characteristics. The force of his dual axes was offset, and his defensive stance was broken apart. The next moment, the tip of the mechanical spear suddenly changed shape and split into 4 spider legs. They bent and pierced into Captain Viking's back, fixing him on the spot. It looked like the mechanical spear had turned into a claw that grabbed onto the target. At the same time, the tip of the mechanical spear turned into a black cannon, and a dazzling plasma light surged out from it. It was aimed at the immobile Captain Viking. Shua! A bright blue plasma beam shot out from within and instantly pierced through Captain Viking's chest. The plasma beam extended for a meter and did not dissipate, as though it had turned into a sword. This was the release of the weapon's form, turning into a light spear. Mad Blade made use of this opportunity to unleash a beautiful combo of weapons, exhausting Captain Viking's last bit of health and killing him on the stage. Because of the Black Star character summon card, he was able to give up on defense and focus on attacking. Without having to worry about his health, his margin for error was increased by dozens of times, and he was more willing to take risks. As a result, his skill level was raised to a whole new level. This combo is really cool. The mechanical pugilist class is still the coolest. I feel like training a Smurf mechanical pugilist account. Stop dreaming. The mechanical pugilist of a professional player is completely different from your mechanical pugilist. Don't try to trick others. The next player quickly went up the stage. Even if he tried to stall for time like Captain Viking, it was useless. Mad Blade became even more valiant and killed 3 Tomahawk players in a row. With the existence of the Black Star character summon card, his endurance was far beyond imagination. He was practically a perpetual motion machine. The Chinese audience watched with great interest. However, as Mad Blade continued to use the abilities of the Black Star character summon card, many of them suddenly realized a strange problem. By the way, Black Star seems to be a mechanic, right? That's right. This indestructible body ability is much stronger than the advanced strengthened life ability from the previous batch. No matter how I look at it, it looks like the core ability of a pugilist. I understand now. A mechanic without endurance has no soul. I get it. It turns out that tanking is the true way to play as a mechanic. The Chinese audience mocked. However, speaking of which, Mad Blade seemed to have used Black Star's ability every batch. They had personally witnessed how the effects of the Black Star character summon card became monstrous step by step. From the first batch's machinery affinity bonus, the second batch's advanced strengthened life, and now the current indestructible body, it was a huge improvement every time. We can be considered to have witnessed the rise of Black Star step by step. Many people had this thought, and their hearts rippled with the satisfaction of witnessing it. Mad Blade's combat strength was overwhelming, and he used all kinds of postures to press his opponent to the ground and grind him back and forth. Tomahawk did not waste his trump cards and let Mad Blade kill his way through the group arena alone, once again obtaining a large number of victory points. Although it was only a fleeting moment, the terror of the indestructible body had already left an indelible impression in the minds of countless players. Everyone was very curious about what other powerful abilities Black Star had, and it was always an eye-opener. Looking at the discussions on the forums, Han Xiao could foresee that in the future, as long as the army players obtained a blank character summon card, they would probably all run over to copy him. Following that, the arena became Maple Moon's stage. She directly set up a fortress at the flag point, using her firepower to bombard the ground. If Tomahawk wanted to capture the flag, he would have to pay several times the price. This caused the difference in the flag point between the two sides to grow larger and larger. Rivervale did not give Tomahawk any chance to turn the tables and obtained another victory. After winning 3 matches in a row, Rivervale had already stabilized their victory. The remaining 2 dungeons were much easier, and they were just going through the motions. 5 matches in the first round had ended, and Rivervale had won the first match of the first round with a perfect victory over Tomahawk. The first round of the international finals was in full swing, and the 8 teams went all out, contributing to the most exciting matches in this season's Pro League. The results of the first round were out, and all the Chinese spectators went crazy with excitement. Rivervale defeated Tomahawk with a score of 3-1, Dynasty defeated Devil with a score of 3-1, and Long Sky defeated Hydra with a score of 3-2. This meant that the best expectations of the Chinese spectators had come true. The 3 Chinese teams all made it to the top 4 in the first round. Their results in the previous season were already very good, and this season, they took one step further and obtained 3 spots in the top 4. The only lone team was America's Key. With the names out, the players in the various regions were all shocked. No one had expected China's performance to be so strong this season, truly dominating. This was the Demon King. The Chinese teams in this season were terrifyingly strong, and Key was the only one who carried the hopes of all the players in the other regions. Apart from the Shattered Starring region, the other players all hoped that Key could rise up and break the seal of the Demon King of China, becoming the vanguard against China. Compared to the mentality of the foreign spectators, the Chinese players were overjoyed. They had obtained 3 spots in the top 4, which meant that they had already secured a spot in the finals. Furthermore, the chances of the Chinese teams meeting this time were even higher. In the World Finals, if the final 2 teams were clubs from the same country, it would be a great honor. If China could be the first to achieve this result, it would be the same as creating history. It would be a special milestone, and the Chinese players were looking forward to it. The anticipation of the Chinese spectators and the hatred of the foreign players placed all the pressure on Rivervale. The opponent that Key had drawn for the semifinals was Rivervale. If they won against Key, everything would be fine. Rivervale would become the record holder and obtain the opportunity to become a powerhouse club. But if they lost to Key, it would be a waste of this great opportunity to create a milestone. The domestic audience's hopes would be dashed, and their club's hard-earned reputation would definitely plummet. This was a double-edged sword. To all the spectators, the battle between Rivervale and Key was equivalent to the finals of this season. As long as Rivervale won, the championship would be in the bag for China. On the Shattered Star Ring, the players spontaneously started to gather information on the Key squad, analyze the enemy's tactics, and help Rivervale analyze the intelligence. Although Rivervale did not necessarily need it, this enthusiasm greatly encouraged Mad Blade and the others. Under everyone's gazes, the semifinals began. No one wanted to watch the battle between Dynasty and Long Sky. Almost all the spectators went to watch the battle between Rivervale and Key. In terms of team strength, Key had the core players transferred from the Devil World, and their overall strength was definitely top tier. Those who could make it out of Group A were not simple. Furthermore, most of the Americans were from the Demon race and were very talented. Key's team leader was Key of Solomon. Mad Blade was his old opponent, and the two of them had fought in the first singles competition. At that time, Key of Solomon had lost to Mad Blade. After 2 versions, Key of Solomon had also improved. As soon as the 2 teams started fighting, the competition entered a white-hot climax. They fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. They were deadlocked. Very soon, after 4 rounds of intense battles, the score was 2-2, and they entered the final match point. Be it the Chinese or foreign spectators, their hearts were in their throats, and their hearts fluctuated with the situation of the battle. In the final match, the gap between the 2 teams did not increase in the group battle or the single elimination round. However, in the subsequent Capture the Flag and Dungeon rounds, Maple Moon displayed her might and used all of her trump cards. Even the prototype of the Void Dragon mechanical suit appeared, helping her team secure victory in one fell swoop. In the end, the score was 3-2, and Rivervale won the semifinals. Maple Moon's contribution was the most, and she gained a large number of die-hard fans. On the other side, Dynasty defeated Long Sky. The 2 teams fought each other like the previous season, but the result was the opposite. Long Sky lost to Dynasty this time and stopped in the top 4. Dynasty had completed their revenge. The 2 Chinese teams met in the finals, setting a milestone for the Pro League. While the Chinese spectators were excited, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Because Key did not enter the finals, the foreign spectators were very disappointed. The finals of the Chinese Civil War did not receive as much attention as the semifinals. Although the 2 Chinese teams had a strong desire to win, there was no conflict between them and they fought steadily. Unfortunately, Rivervale had expended a lot of energy in the semifinals, and it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Dynasty only fought 4 semifinals and rested for a period of time. In the end, Rivervale lost regretfully, and Dynasty took the crown of the international finals, allowing China to defend their title. The Chinese spectators were elated, but they were not as surprised as when they won the championship for the first time in the previous season. Instead, they were more satisfied. The current Chinese team was one of the top teams in the international arena, and winning the championship was worth celebrating. However, it was not that surprising. Unlike in his previous life, it was not the Chinese teams challenging others, but others challenging the Chinese teams. This feeling of being challenged as the Demon King made many Chinese spectators feel very comfortable. Because Rivervale had completed the milestone of the finals, although they lost, the Chinese spectators were very understanding and were not stingy with their applause and encouragement. Before the match, the netizens who did not think that China would defend their title had nothing to say. In front of the real champion's throne, they all gave up. As for whether they were happy or not, Han Xiao guessed that they were. With China successfully defending their title, the excited army players cheered on the forums. Han Xiao was also very happy. However, to him, this was a mixed blessing. The results of the Pro League would affect the daily activities of the players. In the next version, all the major divisions would be gathered in the flickering world. China had won 2 championships in a row, and it was very likely that they would become the target of everyone. As the largest faction in the Shattered Star Ring, the Black Star Corps would be challenged and targeted by the players of the other factions. Just those foreign clubs alone would definitely unite to focus on suppressing the Chinese clubs, snatching resources, snatching missions, and snatching territories. Version 4.0 was the version where the players officially made their name and stepped onto the stage of the Universal Faction War. Han Xiao would not ignore the tens of millions of players in the various divisions. To deal with this, he had to build a huge foundation in the flickering world in advance during the version update period. This was the foundation of version 4.0. This version update period is the key to my further development. Chapter 9:17. For the next 10 days or so, the forums of the Shattered Star Ring were filled with joy. The third season of the Pro League ended with China winning the championship and occupying 3 of the top 4 spots. This was China's best result in the Pro League, and Dynasty, Rivervale, and Long Sky received a lot of praise. The players were still in a state of excitement, reviewing the Pro League and discussing the exciting battles. The forums were flooded with posts. The various club guilds rented a place in the Black Star Army headquarters to hold activities and interact with the ordinary players. It was very lively. At the end of the version, the Gulal civil war that the players had participated in had come to an end. The duration of the Pro League was not short, and most of the players who did not pass the preliminaries had returned to the Gulal battlefield to watch the Pro League while fighting. During this period, the players cooperated with the fleets and seized all the territories of the Ancient Emperor Party and Descendant Party, supporting the Pioneer Party to become the leader of the civilization. The leader of the Pioneer Party expressed his gratitude to the Black Star Corps for their help, and the remuneration had been transferred to the army's account. The players' missions had also been completed. After the Gulal Civil War ended, the players were only left with the Flickering World main storyline. This long mission was obviously not something that could be completed in this version, so the players were not in a hurry. Thus, after the Pro League ended, many of the players started their leisure life, organizing their gains from the version and traveling with their friends. Even if they did not fight, there were countless entertainment activities in the galaxy. The players' sensory feedback could be adjusted, and there were many ways to play. They could also make use of their own initiative to create all sorts of interesting challenges. Version 0 had experienced so many major events, and the players had personally witnessed the entire process of the Black Star Corps becoming a beyond grade A organization. As the players completed more missions for the Black Star Corps, their sense of belonging grew stronger. This was a win-win situation. With the efforts of all the players, the content of the Galaxy Chronicles had become many times richer, and the information of the Black Star Corps had also become more detailed. From its establishment to its rise, the players had witnessed it. Galaxy Times came out with a new program, interviewing the 4 Chinese teams that had made it into the international competition and making predictions for the next version. Han Xiao, who was supervising Sylvia's preparations for the Black Star Party, also watched it immediately. "Hello, players," the male host said. "This is the Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and protecting your gaming career. The third Galaxy Pro League has come to an end," the female host said. Dynasty, Long Sky, Rivervale, and Temple of God, as the representatives of China, have achieved excellent results in the international competition. Today, we have the honor of inviting the captains and some of the players of the 4 teams to talk about the challenges and interesting things that happened in the league. On the screen, the contestants of the 4 teams appeared and waved to the audience. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the interview began. King Admiral God, What do you think about Dynasty winning the championship this time? Dynasty's condition is great this year. We've performed as well as we should. The whole team is pretty happy to be able to win the championship, King Admiral said lazily. Second Prince coughed dryly and could not help but say, "We won the championship because the team members worked together very well. Everyone did their best within the scope of their abilities. This is everyone's credit. It's definitely not because of the captain's leadership." The host said a few more words and turned to look at Rivervale. Team Rivervale, although you missed the championship, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. You eliminated Team Key in the semifinals and secured the title for China. I thank you on behalf of the audience. We only did what we could. Mad Blade's tone was humble. Rivervale is a new team, but they're improving very quickly. Their results have been improving for the past 3 seasons, and they've risen rapidly. Now, many people think that you're a new club. What do you think? I'd like to thank the fans for their love. During the semifinals, countless people gave us advice. I'm really touched. Mad Blade nodded. In this season, Maple Moon also made a huge contribution to Rivervale, the host said. As the captain, what do you think of her? Mad Blade thought for a while and said seriously, so far, the best thing that Rivervale has done is to sign Maple Moon. She's greatly complemented our team's strength and is an indispensable member of the team. She's my right-hand woman. After 3 seasons of hard work, Mad Blade was no longer a new player in the eyes of the audience. He was a god in the top tier and had the same status as Hao Tian. Maple Moon had also become a core player of Rivervale and had a large number of fans. Her status was like second prince of Dynasty and Sleepy Winter of Long Sky. The host continued to interview them one by one. Long Sky was not happy. Although the top 4 was not bad, it was a step back for them. Finally, it was Temple of God's turn. The comments were instantly filled with joy. Host, as a sacrifice, what are your thoughts? Thank you, Temple of God, for your sacrifice. Ignite yourself and illuminate others. So, I've been wrong about Li Ge all this time. You're a selfless saint. I've become your fan. Shout with me, hey, stop, Brother Shrine. Temple of God's contribution is really huge. If it was one of the other 3 teams that got selected into Group A, Temple of God would have wasted at least 1 spot. Temple of God would have most likely fallen in the first round of the finals. If it was Long Sky, they might not have made it, and they would have lost 2 spots. Now that Temple of God has been selected into Group A, it's like sacrificing the weakest team in exchange for the other 3 teams to make it to the finals. Therefore, from a strategic point of view, the person in charge of drawing lots will definitely be a Chinese brother. The team chatted about their mentality and interesting things during the competition before ending the interview and moving on to another topic, which was the prediction of the next version. As the players increase in grade, more and more regions are being opened up, the female host said. We predicted that the next version will very likely have the ability to cross starfields. There were already examples of crossing starfields in version 0, the male host said. They were all related to the Black Star Core in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Core provided a one-way channel for the Constellation Corridor players to cross starfields. At the same time, the Flickering World main storyline mission for the Shattered Star Ring players allowed them to head to a brand new starfield to develop. Judging from the scale of the Flickering World missions, this is very likely to be an important event for the Shattered Star Ring players in the next version. These trends all indicate the possibility of crossing starfields in the next version. The Black Star Core may play an important role in this. When the Constellation Corridor players crossed starfields, the Galaxy Times had already made such a guess, and they emphasized it again at this time. The Black Star Core presence in version 0 was too strong. Based on the experience of the previous 2 versions, some of the actions of the Black Star Core hinted at future events. Galaxy Times also used the actions of the Black Star Core as important evidence for their prediction. Because of the existence of the main storyline mission, the army players can guess that the Flickering World will be a big event in the next version, but no one has guessed that it's the world server yet. Han Xiao nodded and muttered to himself. In his previous life, when version 40 was released, the Flickering World had completed its initial development and was already open to the outside world. Many factions wantonly recruited people to go to the flickering world, developing and competing with each other. High circulation was one of the foundations of a galactic society. The circulating citizens, resources, wealth, and so on were like blood and veins, connecting the civilizations that were scattered in various space zones, forming an internal cycle that would trigger the whole body. Therefore, the civilizations in the Sea of Stars were no longer isolated islands. It was the cornerstone of order. Therefore, opening up to the outside world was the inevitable fate of the new starfields. The structure of the various starfields was stable, and the benefits were more or less distributed. The new starfield was a new space for development, which gave some factions that could not obtain new territory hope. This caused a huge reshuffle of the organizations, and the galactic migration occurred. Many organizations that lacked a way to ascend migrated to the huge flickering world, resulting in a competition for territory and resources. The Red Empire had the highest ownership of the starfield. Opening up the flickering world was, on one hand, an inevitable trend of the times, and on the other, to share the burden of their own construction. The manpower and resources consumed by construction far exceeded that of simple exploration and development. Even for a universal civilization, if they wanted to independently build a new starfield, it would be a huge project. Furthermore, there were two organizations eyeing them covetously, taking the opportunity to suppress them from other aspects. Therefore, the Red Empire needed to share the construction cost among the countless organizations in the universe, thus freeing up a lot of manpower. Then, they would slowly digest the enormous benefits of the flickering world through taxation. The entire universe had its eyes on the flickering world. Even the Red Empire, which was known for its tyrannical ruthlessness, knew that they did not have the right to monopolize it. If they stubbornly insisted on turning the new star field into an exclusive logistics base and resource land, the result would be obvious. They would be separated from the balance of power of the three organizations, forming a binary opposition, which would overturn the structure of the entire galaxy. The gains would not make up for the losses. The Galactic Society was particular about free economic trade. Therefore, unless it was necessary, the Red Empire would not divide the organizations that were not its allies. Furthermore, using competition to motivate the external organizations was also a situation that the Red Empire hoped to see. Only the most fertile and important regions would be firmly controlled by the dynasty. A portion would be directly controlled by the dynasty's Starfield division, while the other portion would be given to important allies such as the Black Star Corps. They would be the stabilizing force, guarding the flickering world and maintaining the dynasty's control over the Starfield. Chapter 9:18. The first phase of the Red Empire's development of the flickering world is about to end, and we can begin construction very soon. At that time, we will need a huge amount of funds and energy. The army has plenty of funds now, and with the dynasty's support, I don't have to worry about the lack of resources during the version update period. Han Xiao nodded. The evolutionary totem was a monopoly business, and as a faction specialty, it had brought him a huge amount of funds. Among all the beyond grade A allies of the dynasty, he was probably the one who did not lack money the least. In his plan, the mechanical civilization and the black spirit race were the main targets of development. The former was a high-quality source of troops for him, and the latter was a race with great potential. Only in his territory could he boldly support and expand without worry. He would no longer watch the black spirit race develop naturally but would personally participate in the civilization's development, imparting knowledge. The black spirit race's terrifying communication efficiency was their ability to accept. As long as they were on the right track, the level of their civilization would not be developing slowly but would soar like a rocket. The version 3.0 to version 4.0 would take a few decades, and the players would arrive during the competitive period. As soon as they entered, they would be faced with an organization that had already taken shape. The initial development of the flickering world was just a background introduction, and he would have to personally experience this blank period of development. With the experience of his previous life, he knew all the organizations that came to the flickering world to compete. This was a huge advantage. During this version update period, the entire galaxy would be focused on development and expansion. The Red Empire would be under a lot of pressure, and because of the evolutionary cube, he would also face some trouble. However, with his position and strength, there would be very few external threats. The Black Star Army had only been established for a little more than 20 years, and the few decades of version updates were just right for the Black Star Army to build up its foundation and complete the transformation from a new force to an old force, laying down a more stable foundation. Hela has always been growing. Although the speed is not as fast as in my previous life, with my help, her potential is even higher. She will very likely become a new Beyond Grade A Super in the version update period. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This way, he would have one more top combatant on his side, increasing the influence of the army. Even if Hela could become independent, with the relationship between Floating Dragon Island and himself, they would still be allies. At that time, the Shattered Star Ring would have 6 Beyond Grade As, and the army would be able to benefit greatly from it. Cisco's days were even more difficult. Throughout version 3.0, he had gained a huge amount of EXP from the major events and players. They were all stored in the interface. During the version update period, when players went offline, major events were not common. The accumulated EXP was a strategic reserve to support him through the version update period. At his current level, the EXP required to level up was close to 10 billion, and every time he leveled up, he would need hundreds of millions of EXP. Although Han Xiao had a lot of EXP stored up, if he used it all to level up, the consumption rate would be too much for him. A few decades was a long time, so he had to be frugal. In his plan, after reaching level 300 and obtaining the new class advancement and species evolution, he would focus on leveling up his skills, obtaining potential points, and leveling up all the class knowledges to improve his combat strength. In the future, the experience required to level up would only increase. Developing new leak fields could increase the efficiency of gaining experience. There was competition in the world server for version 4.0, but at the same time, it was an opportunity to obtain a large number of new leaks. Some time ago, when the players settled the Gulal Civil War, the Gulal Civilization, Pioneer Fire, mission on Han Xiao's interface was completed. This mission was based on one's performance. He threw it to the players and did not do it personally, so the mission rating was not high. He only received a minimal amount of EXP. However, the mission reward was only a small part of it. The EXP gained by the players would flow back to Han Xiao through the purchase of faction products, which was many times more than the EXP gained from the mission. After 3 versions, the Black Star Corps had achieved its current status. After going through so much, Han Xiao's attitude toward the version update was much calmer. Now that everything is ready, we just have to wait for the first phase of development to end and the dynasty to divide the territories. With the end of the Pro League, the date of the version update was getting closer and closer. The focus of the army players also gradually shifted from defending the champion of the Pro League to the version update. Many of them had stored up a large amount of EXP and were only waiting for the next version to release a higher level cap. In the headquarters of the Black Star Corps, countless players gathered, chatting with their friends while waiting to go offline. It was as noisy as a chaotic market. In a corner of the plaza, a group of pro players looked at the endless crowd and chatted with each other. There are too many new players in this version. How could there be so many people in the previous 2 versions? Twinkle Fried Rice shook his head. It's good to have more people. Only then will the Pro League have higher ratings. Li Ji smiled. I wonder how long the update will take. Maple Moon asked curiously. It shouldn't be too long. Our Flickering World mission is not over yet, so we will definitely continue to explore it in the next version, Mad Blade replied. Sigh. I'm really curious about what the Black Star Corps will be like in the next version. As the few of them chatted, they suddenly noticed King Admiral waving at them from not far away. Mad Blade and the others walked over. Everyone gathered, and King Admiral said with a smile, since everyone is here, let's have a meal together during the holidays to celebrate this title defense. I have no objections. Li Ji was the first to agree. I remember that after the Pro League last year, we had a gathering too. Sleepy Winter stroked his chin. That's right. Let's just treat this as a regular event after winning the championship. The champion will be responsible for treating all the Chinese players to a trip. Let's eat something good. After all, we got the championship prize. Don't send us away with food stalls like Long Sky did last time. Food stalls are the most affordable, Hao Tian said. Everyone cheered, and King Admiral had a helpless expression as he agreed. Very soon, all the players went offline one after another, turning into white light and disappearing. The crowded square suddenly became empty. Han Xiao, who was monitoring the situation in the square in his office, also received a notification on his interface. Version 3.0 update activated. Saving data. Saving complete. Player forums closed. Update time unknown. Please wait patiently. Han Xiao looked at the top right corner and saw that the player forums option had turned grey and could not be opened. The players have all gone offline. Han Xiao took a deep breath. It's time to prepare for version 4.0. At the same time, at the stargate of the Shattered Star Ring, a trade fleet flew out of the stargate. The spaceship was shaped like an egg, with silver armor that was as smooth as a mirror. The overall structure was very simple, but it had a strong sense of technology. The spaceship was engraved with the Mobius symbol of the Limitless Financial Group. The main ship was a giant silver UFO. In the command room, a tall man stood in front of the porthole, silently looking at the scenery of the universe outside. This person was tall and thin, with snow-white skin. His facial features were handsome, and his eyes were gentle. He did not give off the oppressive feeling of a big shot. He had a small stubble around his beard, and there were some small arc-shaped silver scales on his sideburns. He was wearing luxurious clothes, and his entire person exuded a rich aura. This man was the current head of the Limitless Financial Group, Sorokin, one of the richest people in the universe. He was someone who could truly utilize the power of money to the extreme. Your Excellency Sorokin, we're here. A subordinate dressed like a secretary stood beside Sorokin and said softly. Sorokin calmly replied. Follow the itinerary and head to the Black Star Corps headquarters. Get the branch here in the Shattered Star Ring to send me their business situation for the past 5 years. Understood. The Limitless Financial Group invested in the entire universe and had businesses everywhere. The Shattered Star Ring was no exception. However, because of the poor security here, the Limitless Financial Group had never paid much attention to the Shattered Star Ring. If not for the fact that he had accepted the proposal of the 3 Beyond Grade A shareholders, Sorokin would not have wanted to operate on such a large scale here. Although the purpose of this trip was to find trouble for Han Xiao, business competition was not direct. Sorokin was also interested in meeting Black Star. The way he saw it, Black Star should be happy to see him. Back then, although one of his subordinate organizations was destroyed by Black Star, his identity was not exposed. Black Star definitely did not know that the Limitless Financial Group was the mastermind behind it. In Black Star's impression, this should be the first time they had met. This way, Black Star would be kept in the dark, and he would have the advantage of being discreet. He could make use of this opportunity to get in touch with the undead army of the Black Star Corps and complete his original goal. Just as Sorokin was thinking, the door of the command room opened, and a tall woman walked in. She was dressed in the luxurious uniform of a financial group executive. She had long, smooth white hair, and delicate makeup on her face. She was extremely beautiful. This woman came to Sorokin's side and lowered her head slightly. Father, what can I do for you? She was Lovell, Sorokin's daughter. Sorokin had many children. They were all elites and held different positions in the financial group. Turning around to look at her, Sorokin opened his communicator and sent an invitation to her. Take the invitation to the tyrant's party and go to Heber's place to meet with him on my behalf. Lovell was shocked. I thought you were going to invest in the Black Star Corps. That can only be decided after I meet with Black Star. Before that, I can't let go of any other investment opportunities. Sorokin's tone was non-committal. His deal with the 3 shareholders was confidential. Other than himself, everyone in the financial group thought that he was going to the Shattered Star Ring to invest normally. Although he was competing with the Black Star Corps with money, there was a technique to it. Sorokin did not want to fight with the Black Star Corps head-on. Although money could help him seize the market, he did not like to make a loss. The deal with the 3 shareholders and the opportunity to invest in the flickering world, Sorokin wanted them all. As long as he invested in the right target, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Not only did he have to compete with the Black Star, but he also had to not anger the dynasty. After some research, Sorokin felt that there was a suitable investment target in the Shattered Star Ring. After all, the Black Star Corps was not the only organization that could build the flickering world. Chapter 919. Less than 5 minutes after all the players went offline, the reports from the various bases of the Black Star Corps were sent to Han Xiao. This was not the first time that the officers of the army had experienced such a situation. Although many of them still found it strange, no one made a fuss about it. In the eyes of outsiders, there was no pattern to the disappearance of the players. Only Han Xiao, who also had the player interface, knew the exact time. Version 3.0 was the true rise of the Black Star Corps. Their size, strength, and status were all upgraded. Han Xiao still remembered that at the end of version 2.0, the Black Star Corps only had 20 to 30 space bases, a few thousand battleships, and almost 200 million anas in savings. They only had some influence in the Garten star system, but now, they were thousands of times stronger. This was enough to prove how much he had gained in this version. He had grasped almost all the opportunities that he could. Becoming a Beyond Grade A Super was like a carp jumping through the Dragon Gate, completing the transformation. With the current size of the Black Star Corps, although all the players going offline would affect the employment of the armed forces, it would not hinder the normal operations of the army. This version update will span 20 to 30 years. At that time, the flickering world will be in the 4th phase of development. Han Xiao leaned back in his chair, knocked on the table habitually, and pondered. Compared to the scale of a civilization, a few decades was a very short period of development. However, if there was external interference, this short period of time was enough to cause a drastic change. When all knowledge could be answered by outsiders, and they did not need to slowly explore technology themselves, with the terrifying learning speed of the Black Spirit race, it was completely possible for them to reach the technological level of a galactic civilization in just a few decades. Wantonly interfering with the development of low-level civilizations was a violation of the Universal Contact Treaty. On the surface, it was to restrict the development of low-level civilizations, but it was actually to reduce the conflict between galactic organizations. The desire to expand was proportional to one's strength, so it could prevent the high-level civilizations from oversaturating the various regions, reducing friction. On the other hand, it was also to protect the low-level civilizations. However, it was still the same logic. No matter how good a rule was, the specific implementation would vary from person to person. With Han Xiao's current status, as long as he did not go overboard, no one would care about such a small matter. Furthermore, the Black Spirit race was still his clan, so no one would use this matter to attack him. With territory, there would be no interference. While thinking, Han Xiao took out his communicator and dialed the number of the Empire's contact. Your Excellency Black Star, is something the matter? What do you think? Why else would I look for you? Han Xiao then asked, how long until the first development phase of the flickering world ends? 2 years ago, you told me that it was almost done. Now that the star maps of the 3 star fields are basically complete, when will the upper echelons of the Empire announce the completion of the first phase of development? I'm not too sure about the exact time, but I'm guessing it'll be this year at the latest. Let me know if you have any news. Don't worry. Chief Commander Tarakov will definitely tell you in advance. At this time, the Empire contact paused, and his tone suddenly became heavy. By the way, I have something to tell you. The Blood Gold organization ignored the dynasty's warning and did not stop stealing the evolutionary totems. Our allies are complaining about this. Han Xiao was a little surprised and said, it seems like they found a backer. To be exact, their backer took the initiative to find them. The Radiant Federation provided them with protection and allowed them to hide in the abyss of stars, remotely controlling their subordinates to continue plundering the evolutionary totems. Radiant Federation? Indeed, they can't help but start to make a move on the evolutionary totems. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The intervention of a universal civilization was within his expectations. After the Radiant Federation finished observing the situation, they would not sit back and watch the dynasty monopolize such a strategic item. From the looks of it, the Radiant Federation's plan was still unclear. Han Xiao believed that the Radiant Federation would not limit themselves to such a small-scale plundering. This small amount of production would not be able to satisfy their huge demand, and there was definitely a deeper scheme behind this. The most likely possibility was that they would use some sort of method to force the dynasty to open up the right to sell the evolutionary totems. In this regard, the Radiant Federation did not have any conflict of interest with him, and Han Xiao also wanted to expand his business. However, now that Escod's inheritance had been leaked out, the method to create totems was in the hands of many organizations. It was possible that the other party would directly come to snatch the evolution cube, but the probability was not high. The Arcane Church had tried to steal the evolution cube while the dynasty did not know about the totem technology, and the painful experience was still fresh in his mind. Now that the totem technology had been exposed, the dynasty's attention on the evolution cube had increased to a strategic level. If it was not necessary, no one would take the risk of starting a real war to snatch the evolution cube. The losses would far outweigh the benefits. What's the reaction of the dynasty? The upper echelons have long guessed that such a situation would occur and have made many preparations in secret. Although the dynasty is bearing most of the pressure, there are also risks on your side. The upper echelons suggest that you stay in the dynasty and only use your mechanical army to move around. Even if the Radiant Federation has the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, they will not dare teleport into the dynasty's territory. This is indeed quite safe, but I can't stay in the central galaxy forever. That would be no different from being imprisoned. Han Xiao sighed helplessly. The Radiant Federation's teleportation technology was the best in the universe. There was no way they could guard against thieves for 1,000 days. As long as he did not hand over the evolution cube, he would always have to face such a dilemma. Benefits were always accompanied by risks. If he wanted to completely solve this problem, he had to make the entire universe fully acknowledge his ownership of the evolution cube and not have any thoughts of snatching it. His own strength was one of the factors, and letting the dynasty open up the right to purchase it was also an important prerequisite. This is an overt plot. The Radiant Federation is indirectly forcing me to speak up for them. Anyway, thank you for your reminder. I'll think about it. Han Xiao shook his head and hung up the communication. After sitting for a while, Han Xiao stood up, opened the door, and went straight to the combat training room. He closed the door, opened his attribute interface, and looked at the experience slot. The players had gone offline, and this stored experience was an important capital for him to increase his strength during the version update. From the middle of the version until now, Han Xiao had accumulated a huge amount of experience, and it was more than enough for him to reach level 300. He could not do anything about the dynasty, so the only thing he could do was increase his strength. Han Xiao exhaled and put a large amount of experience into leveling up. Lord Mechanic, leveled up to LV21. Plus 360 energy, plus 5 SDR, plus 5 DEX, plus 12 END, plus 15 INT. You have received 12 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Lord Mechanic, leveled up to LV40, max. Plus 1200 energy, plus 5 SDR, plus 5 DEX, plus 12 END, plus 15 INT. You have received 12 free attribute points and 1 potential point. The huge amount of experience turned into fuel, and his total level soared from level 280 to level 300. Waves of heat flowed through his body, and energy light shot out from his eyes, only stopping after a few minutes. At this level, the cost of leveling up would only snowball, and the increase would only get higher and higher. Without a way to quickly replenish experience, the cost-effectiveness of leveling up would be limited. After putting all his free attribute points into intelligence to increase his damage output, Han Xiao looked at the interface notification. You have reached the upper limit of your main class. You have triggered the class advancement mission, Erudite. Erudite, at least 30 class knowledges have reached LV5, max, including 3 ultimate knowledges. The power of a mechanic comes from knowledge. Only by strengthening the foundation can one reach new heights. You have reached LV300. You have triggered the promotion mission, Abundant Energy. These 2 missions don't seem too bad. Han Xiao raised his brows. Compared to the challenge missions, Han Xiao preferred these promotion or class advancement missions that had a hard requirement on his attributes. He was originally planning to increase his class knowledges, and Erudite was just what he wanted. Abundant Energy required LV19 energy, which was 12,000 energy. Han Xiao had been training radiation absorption, which gave him some energy. Together with the benefits from leveling up 20 times, his energy had just exceeded 100,000, reaching LV18. He was only 20,000 energy away from the requirement. Most beyond grade as had more than 100,000 energy, and Han Xiao belonged to the group with very little energy. If not for his special energy recovery technique, his endurance would have been reduced by at least 3 levels. In a situation where he could not level up, he would need a lot of energy training methods to make up for this gap. Although the requirements were harsh, energy was indeed a key attribute. It was related to the efficiency of the exchange of energy and health. Completing this mission step by step would only benefit him. However, despite saying that, Han Xiao's body still opened the random reward page. During this time, Han Xiao had his mechanical army do some missions outside and accumulated some random reward chances. He had a total of more than 20 times. Hopefully, I can get a mission completion card. It's impossible for me to not get anything after more than 20 times. Han Xiao prayed. Even Fu Ding would not be able to do this. Luck increased the drop rate of high-value items, and mission completion cards were very cheap to the players. Having high luck made it even harder to get one. If he relied on his luck, the drop rate would probably be higher. Without hesitation, Han Xiao directly went out to wash his hands halfway before returning to continue. He had drawn more than 20 random rewards in a row, and more than half of them were common items like experience crystals. Other than that, there were 3 potential points, 2 basic skills, 1 basic talent, 1 blank character summon card, 1 skill enhancement card, 1 double EXP card, and 2 mission completion cards. Only 2 mission completion cards came out after more than 20 times. Is this good luck or bad luck? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. With 2 mission completion cards, he could complete the 2 requirements directly. However, after thinking about it, he did not plan to use the mission completion cards here. He felt that it was not worth it. These things are too hard to draw. It's rare for me to get 2 missions that are not difficult. I'll need the mission completion cards for my promotion and class advancement in the future, so it's better to keep them. Han Xiao thought. Erudite was not difficult. He had planned to level up his knowledge anyway. Although Abundant Energy had a high requirement, he could complete it with some effort. He could still afford to wait. He had 2 mission completion cards in his hands in case of emergencies. Otherwise, it would be a waste to waste the precious mission completion cards here. Han Xiao opened his attribute interface and browsed through it. Because he did not advance or class advancement, only his attribute points and potential points increased slightly. Chapter 920. Han Xiao opened the interface of the class knowledge tree and took a look. Currently, the number of class knowledges he had at LV5 had not reached the requirement of 34, erudite, but he was only a few short. He would be able to reach it by leveling up a few low-level knowledges. What he lacked was 3 ultimate knowledges that were maxed out. Another important source of potential points was maxing out skills, and the cost of leveling up skills would increase exponentially with the character's level and the sum of all skill levels. An ultimate skill that was not part of his class would need 120 potential points to level it up from 0 to the maximum level. Suppressing his level before becoming a beyond grade A was not suitable for Han Technician. With the experience he currently had, even if he used all of it to level up his class knowledges, It would not be enough to level up all his ultimate knowledges to the maximum level. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to level up Eternal Energy Source, Virtual Creator, and another Control Branch Ultimate Knowledge to the maximum level. These two class knowledges did not have the penalty of 3 times the potential point cost. He directly opened his skill bar and used his experience to level up some of his blueprint skills. After obtaining enough potential points, he immediately used them all to level up Eternal Energy Source and Virtual Creator to LV5. He had yet to learn the last ultimate knowledge of the control branch, so he had enough contribution points. However, in order to maintain the effect of the political asset, he had to keep at least 6,000 contribution points and maintain the reverence relationship. Only when his contribution points reached 12,000 contribution points would he have enough to exchange for the last ultimate knowledge. Currently, he was 3,000 to 4,000 contribution points short. After completing the operation of leveling up and learning skills, the experience he had saved up was greatly reduced. During the version 2.0 update, the experience Han Xiao had saved up was only enough to level up from level 170 to level 207. However, in version 3.0, the number of players in the army had increased by a few times, and the rewards for doing missions had increased. There were also all sorts of new products that gave Han Xiao a lot more experience than during the version 2.0 update. However, no matter how much experience he had, there would be a limit. Furthermore, the consumption of experience to level up at this stage was much higher than when he was at a lower level. He needed to reserve a certain amount of experience to gamble on blueprints and improve his energy training technique. Han Xiao entered the quantum network and ordered Philip to purchase energy training techniques in the universe. With the financial resources of the army, this was just a small matter, and he did not need to worry about it personally. Following which, Han Xiao went through the random rewards. The 2 low-level skills that he had drawn were rather useless, but the basic talent was still alright. It was called Brain Enhancement, and its effect was to increase his intelligence attribute by 4%. In other words, it would increase his intelligence by a few hundred points. Intelligence was the core attribute of a mechanic, so this basic talent was still quite valuable. Other than that, the slightly more useful ones were the blank character cards and skill enhancement cards. He had drawn a skill enhancement card a long time ago and had never used it. Now, he had 2 of them. What should I enhance? Han Xiao muttered to himself as he browsed through his skill bar. His class's abilities wouldn't trigger a skill mutation. He could only strengthen his basic attributes. Currently, his combat style was very comprehensive. It seemed that strengthening any skill would be a good idea. After thinking about it, Han Xiao used one on genetic liberation. This explosive ability was quite powerful, so it was not a loss to strengthen it. Skill enhancement card activated. Target, gene liberation level 10. Enhancement complete. The effect of gene liberation level 10 has been enhanced. Han Xiao was not surprised that no skill mutation was triggered. Gene liberation was a mutation of flaming will. In his previous life, an expert had tested it and found that if an enhancement card was used repeatedly on the same skill, the chance of mutation would be greatly reduced. The first time was 20%, the second time was 5%, and the third time was 1%. Looking at the skill description, Gene Liberation's minimum damage bonus increased from 220% to 240%, and the maximum damage bonus increased from 480% to 520%. The duration increased from 2 seconds to 2.4 seconds, and the cooldown decreased from 7 minutes to 6 minutes and 20 seconds. The additional passive trigger condition increased from 20% HP to 28% HP. The enhancement was not bad. There was still one more enhancement card. Han Xiao looked at it for a long time and really did not feel that there was any skill that needed to be enhanced, so he decided to save it. Players could also draw skill enhancement cards, but the enhancement effect of one card was only SOSO. Only when there were more of them could there be a qualitative change, for example, enhancing, luck curse, S-90% luck to -100% luck, character summon cards, skill enhancement cards, and all other card items were bound and could not be traded. That was why temporary character summon cards were so popular. If not, Han Xiao would have sent out missions to collect them long ago. After dealing with everything that needed to be dealt with, Han Xiao closed the interface and left the combat training room. On the way, he took out his communicator and contacted Sylvia. How are the preparations for the Black Star party this time coming along? The party will officially be held a month later. Everything has been arranged. By the way, I've been paying attention to the movements of Bloodshed Land. The Tyrant's party this year has been adjusted to be around the same time as ours. Han Xiao could not help but laugh. Little Tai Tai is unhappy again. If I were the Tyrant, I would be angry too. Sylvia was not in a good mood. He can't be the only one to hold the party, right? Furthermore, I'm not good friends with him, so why should I care about what he thinks? Han Xiao scratched his chin. Sylvia snorted and did not comment on the relationship between Han Xiao and the Tyrant. There are more evolutionary totem collaborators this year, and there are more representatives from civilizations and organizations participating in the party. Many of them are guests from other star fields. According to the statistics, other than the dynasty's representatives and the guests from the Shattered Star Ring, there are also representatives from 11 star cluster civilizations, 413 star system civilizations, and more than 40 representatives from civilian organizations, including the beyond Grade A allied organizations that are on good terms with you. Not bad, the business has expanded again. Han Xiao nodded. If the dynasty opens up the right to purchase the evolutionary totem, the number of organizations that want to befriend me will increase by many times. Treat them well and don't neglect the guests. Han Xiao then hung up. The follow-up plan could only be activated after the dynasty divided the territories, so he could only make some preparations while waiting. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Black Stars party arrived. The gathering had been held a few times already. Sylvia and the other army officers were familiar with the process and received the representatives of the organizations who had come from afar. Han Xiao also personally met the important customers before the official party and invited the local representatives of the Shattered Star Ring to gather. Haha, Black Star, long time no see. The representative of the Purple Crystal Civilization, Ralph, was the first to walk into the guest room. He greeted Han Xiao with a smile, stood up, and hugged him. The two of them were old friends. Back then, when Han Xiao was at the Calamity grade, he had made use of the secret war to develop. Although he later joined the Red Empire, he had always maintained a good relationship with the Amethyst Civilization. The Amethyst Civilization maintained a neutral stance and did not declare that they would join the dynasty. It was only because of Han Xiao's request that they were able to purchase the evolutionary totem. They were currently the only non-dynasty ally customer. Amethyst also placed great importance on the beyond Grade A organizations in their territory, and both sides were very harmonious. The two of them sat down and started chatting. Ralph could not help but sigh. I saw many representatives of other starfields outside just now. Sigh, it's only been a few years, but you guys have changed so much. It's probably due to luck. Han Xiao smiled. Ralph shook his head and sighed. A few years ago, the Black Star Corps was just an ordinary armed organization that cooperated with the Amethyst Civilization. In just a few years, they had become the target of hundreds of civilizations. Even their Amethyst Civilization did not have such an influence. Looking at the small shrimp that once required his support to become a giant, Ralph had a complicated feeling. After chatting for a while, the other 6-star cluster civilization representatives from the Shattered Star Ring arrived. Now, there was no star cluster civilization in the Shattered Star Ring that dared not give Han Xiao face. Even the neighboring Klent Kingdom would send people to participate every time. Seeing his old rival, Ralph raised his brows and jokingly said, "Heh, why is your Klent here again? I remember that the Tyrant's party this year is also being held around this time. Aren't you afraid that Heba will be unhappy?" "Humph, there are other colleagues in charge of the Tyrant's party." The Klent representative snorted. The grudges from the secret war had yet to disappear, but because of the benefits, Klent could only suck up to Han Xiao. Although they were allies of the dynasty, If the Black Star did not want to sell the evolutionary totem to Klent, they could not do anything about it. Thus, they did not dare ignore it. These 7-star cluster civilizations controlled the shattered star ring, and Han Xiao had all sorts of business dealings with them. His network and influence were much stronger than Heber's. The other star cluster civilizations were participating in the Tyrant's party mostly because they were giving Heber face, but they were participating in the Black Star's party because of the benefits. This relationship was even deeper, and Han Xiao's authority in the shattered star ring had already surpassed Heber's. Han Xiao chatted with the others casually. After a while, his communicator suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Sylvia. "Teacher, Sorokin is here." Han Xiao had previously instructed Sylvia to pay attention to Sorokin. Seeing this, he stood up and smiled at the 7-star cluster civilizations. "Everyone, please excuse me for a moment." Sorokin's fleet docked at the dock and immediately attracted a lot of attention. The representatives of these civilizations had all heard of the Limitless Financial Group before, but they only took a few glances before retracting their gazes. The Black Star Corps was a special beyond Grade A ally of the dynasty, so it was not surprising that the Limitless Financial Group would participate in the party. Sorokin had just disembarked from the spaceship and saw the huge crowd at the dock. His eyes narrowed, and he had a clearer understanding of the power of the Black Star Corps. Although the number of partners in the universe could not be compared to his Limitless Financial Group, they were probably the strongest local tyrant in the Shattered Star Ring and could not be underestimated. This time, Fu Ding, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted them with a smile. "I'm Black Star's Black Star Guard, Fu Ding. Welcome to the Black Star Corps, distinguished guests from the Limitless Financial Group. Your Excellency Sorokin, Black Star is waiting to meet you." Hearing this, Sorokin retracted his gaze and looked at Fu Ding. His breathing suddenly stopped, and a look of shock and doubt flashed across his eyes. He sized him up and said with uncertainty, "Are you a man or a woman?" "Maybe both." Fu Ding smiled gently and added, "But mainly a man." "Oh, I understand." Sorokin coughed. "Please lead the way. I'm also looking forward to meeting Your Excellency Black Star." They left the dock and headed to another guest room. Sorokin looked around and observed the situation of the Black Star Corps along the way. Halfway there, he could not help but ask, "I heard that there are undead in the Black Star Corps. I heard that the Black Star Army has a miraculous immortal army. I came here this time to take a look, but why didn't I see them along the way?" Fu Ding smiled. "Oh, you came at a bad time. They're all not here." "Oh, is that so?" Sorokin's face twitched. A month ago, not long after he arrived in the Shattered Star Ring, he had received news that all the undead recruited by the financial group had disappeared. Sorokin had thought that it was an exception, but he did not expect that the undead recruited by the Black Star Corps had disappeared as well. As expected, no matter how far away they are, these undead are all connected. Sorokin had been observing the players, but he had no idea how the players disappeared. He could only admit that he was unlucky. His idea of coming into contact with the undead had obviously failed. He had really come at a bad time. Arriving at the guest room, Sorokin sat and waited for a while. The door was opened again, and Han Xiao rushed over. Seeing this, Sorokin immediately stood up and greeted him. Although he was a beyond Grade A with a strong aura, as a businessman of the financial group, he did not put on any airs and took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, I'm Sorokin, the leader of the Limitless Financial Group. It's an honor to meet the legendary expert who captured Escod." Sorokin smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. "It's my honor as well. Please take a seat." Han Xiao shook hands with him and did not show any abnormalities. The two of them sat down, and Sorokin smiled and spoke with a sincere tone. "Although I'm far away in the sea of star spirits, I often hear about Black Star's deeds. I've been thinking about when we could cooperate for a long time, and now that there's a business opportunity, I came with sincerity. I hope that our first contact today will be a good start for our future cooperation." "I hope so too." Han Xiao raised his brows and smiled faintly. "First contact. You trash, if not for the fact that I know you so well, I would really think that you're as sincere as you look on the surface. In his previous life, there was not much information about Sorokin. In the eyes of the players, he was a beyond grade A who did not have a high sense of presence and did not have any outstanding achievements. During this period of time, Han Xiao had also asked his friends in the beyond grade A circle and realized that Sorokin had never fought with a beyond grader before. The circle said that his personal strength was not much, and beyond grader seemed to be an identity that made it convenient for him to conduct business negotiations. Combining all kinds of sayings, Sorokin seemed to be a freak who had broken away from the beyond grade A evaluation system. Compared to the beyond grade A themselves, he was more of a businessman. However, to be able to become a beyond grade A, one had to go through all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. Without the mentality of an expert, it was impossible to have the strength of a beyond grade A super. Han Xiao felt that Sorokin might not be as mediocre as he seemed on the surface, and there might be many mysteries about him. Because of the limited information, it was best to understand the other party's character through personal contact. Han Xiaoxin thought. It's best to find a way to poke him and get the combat information out. Chapter 921. Oh, super godly mechanic, 1 day off, 3/7. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 922. Thinking about Sorokin's information, Han Xiao's expression remained the same. Following Sorokin's words, he asked in an interested tone, "What do you think? How do you plan to cooperate? The flickering world is a rare business opportunity. I heard that the Red Empire will give territories to its allies who participate in the exploration. When the new star field opens up in the future, the flickering world will be integrated into the universe's circulation system. At that time, countless galactic residents will flood in, and this star field will welcome explosive development. The dynasty's allies who own these territories will be the biggest winners. Therefore, we hope to invest heavily in the Black Star Core and develop the territories in advance with you." As he spoke, Sorokin smiled faintly. "Our limitless financial group invests in the entire universe and will not let go of any business opportunity. I believe Your Excellency Black Star is aware of our financial strength. With our help, developing the territories will be twice the result with half the effort. Yes, the market value of the limitless financial group is indeed shocking. I will not doubt your strength." Han Xiao nodded. The many subsidiary companies of the Limitless Financial Group had long been listed on the galactic stock markets in different regions. The market value was transparent, and one would know with a single check. That number would make people wonder if Anas was an extremely cheap currency. Resources would often be gathered in the hands of a few people. In the galactic era, the gap between the rich and the poor was as big as the gap between the surface beasts and the citizens of a universal civilization. The dynasty's allies developing the territories in the flickering world could not avoid the support of various financial groups. It was also a method of sharing costs and business cooperation. The Red Empire itself also tacitly allowed these allies to sign contracts with the financial groups and develop the territories together. There does not seem to be any problems, and it is indeed the normal interest of the financial groups. However, Sorokin, this guy. Han Xiao's expression did not change, but he was secretly muttering in his heart. Seeing that Han Xiao did not reveal his attitude, Sorokin narrowed his eyes and continued. The Black Star Core business is huge now, and it dominates the Shattered Star Ring. In terms of financial strength, it is not inferior to the large financial groups. Because of its deep background, extensive connections, and the dynasty's support, its position is very stable. If the Black Star Core is listed on the stock market, it will definitely attract countless galactic residents to invest in it. It will not be difficult for its market value to multiply dozens of times. What do you mean? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Sorokin smiled. It just so happens that our Limitless Financial Group has a lot of experience in this area. If the Black Star Core has any ideas, we're more than happy to help the Black Star Core with public recruitment. We'll talk about this later. Han Xiao interrupted Sorokin's words. This was the authentic way to harvest leeks. However, there were pros and cons to it at the moment. He did not have such thoughts for the time being. Hearing this, Sorokin stopped the topic at the right time and asked, "Then what do you think of my request for cooperation, Your Excellency Blackstar?" Han Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, "I'm not the only one who can develop the flickering world. Logically speaking, the other financial groups will only act when the territories allocated to the various parties are confirmed. However, the various allies have yet to choose their territories. Are you so sure that you want to bet on me? Haha, I have some connections in the Red Empire and received some insider information. Even without this connection, based on your contributions in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse and the fall of Escod, as well as the strategic evolution cube in your hands, I know that the territory given to you by the dynasty will definitely be the best. Since that's the case, why should I hesitate?" Sorokin was full of smiles. He was not lying. If there were no conflicts of interest behind him, he would also choose the Blackstar Corps. With Han Xiao's achievements and importance, everyone knew that the Blackstar Corps would definitely get the biggest piece of meat. Unfortunately, is that so? Han Xiao looked deeply at Sorokin. This guy's words are sincere, and everything he says is in line with his interests. It seems like he really wants to cooperate with me. However, because Sorokin had once interfered in the Gulal civil war, Han Xiao had never let down his guard against him. After hesitating for a while, he asked, "If I agree to cooperate with you, are you prepared to sign the contract with me now?" "That's not it." Sorokin shook his head and chuckled. "I'm only here to reach a preliminary agreement. After the territory is confirmed, the specific details of the contract can be completed. Of course, the main reason I'm here personally is that you asked me to attend the Blackstar Party. Such a big deal indeed requires me to personally discuss it. On the other hand, I also admire the deeds of Your Excellency Blackstar. Flattery really doesn't seem like the style of a beyond grade A." Han Xiao thought. At this moment, Han Xiaoshan thought of something and said, "If that's the case, I have no objections. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation." Sorokin chuckled. Han Xiao did not laugh. Changing the topic, he slowly said, "By the way, I heard that the Limitless Financial Group has many beyond grade as shareholders. Some of them are the ancient ones, such as Manison of the Mecha Empire, and one of the Empire's beyond grade A allies is also a shareholder." "That's right. The Limitless Financial Group is using the position of a shareholder to exchange for resources and protection." "That's right. That's right. You want to work with me, but a verbal promise is not reliable. There's still a long way to go for the development of the flickering world. If I become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, of course, I'll cooperate fully with the Limitless Financial Group. Your Excellency Sorokin, with my standards and these chips, I wonder if I have the qualifications to become a shareholder." Through the civil war in Gulal, he knew that the Limitless Financial Group was trying to steal vegetables. If he could infiltrate the Limitless Financial Group, he did not know who would be the one stealing whose corner. This. Sorokin had a difficult expression. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he purposely lowered his tone. "Oh, you think I'm not qualified?" "Of course not." Sorokin shook his head, but he sneered in his heart. "I'm afraid you're really not qualified. The first time we met, he already wants to become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. Looks like the results of Planet Lighthouse and Escod have made Blackstar arrogant." Sorokin thought. Although he thought so, Sorokin put on a helpless expression. "Of course, Your Excellency Blackstar is qualified. However, the financial group is so huge, and the position of a shareholder is not something I can give away just because I want to. Even if I'm willing, the other shareholders might not be willing. Furthermore, each of the 3 universal civilizations only has one shareholder, and the dynasty already has one. You know what I mean, right?" "Oh, so that's the case." Han Xiao nodded. The 3 universal civilizations checks and balances again. Their shadows were everywhere. This was a good reason, but it seemed like it would be difficult to get anything out of him verbally. "In that case, let's not talk about this for now. No matter what, I'm very happy to be able to meet another beyond grade A today." Han Xiao stared at Sorokin. Are you interested in sparring with me according to the usual practice of beyond grade as? No, I'm not good at fighting. Sorokin waved his hands and smiled. Haha, come on. A beyond grade A saying that he's not good at fighting, you're just brushing me off. Although I'm a beyond grade A, I don't like to use force. I haven't sparred with anyone in a long time, and I've already forgotten my combat skills. Furthermore, Your Excellency Blackstar's achievements have spread throughout the universe. I admit that I'm not your match, so there's no need to spar. Then, Sorokin stood up and smiled. If I'm not wrong, you'll have to meet other guests later, and I'm new here, so I need to settle my subordinates. Let's call it a day. I'll visit again tomorrow, and we'll talk then. What do you think? All right. Han Xiao could only nod. He was a guest from afar, so he could not force Sorokin to stay. Sorokin smiled, exchanged their communicator numbers, and left the guest room. After he left, Han Xiao frowned. This guy is stubborn. If he doesn't agree to spar, I'll have to think of other ways. Sorokin was also a big shot. Since he had come to talk about cooperation, he could not just go up and fight him. The other party's attitude was still unclear, and it would not be good to make enemies. However, although Sorokin seemed sincere, Han Xiao felt that the other party did not really want to cooperate with him. Thinking back to the conversation earlier, Han Xiao realized that it was very difficult to see through Sorokin's personality. It was as though he was wearing a mask the entire time. I wonder what he's thinking. Han Xiao rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. Dealing with such people was the most tiring. At the same time, in the Bloodshed Land headquarters in the Shattered Star Ring. This year's Tyrant's Party was held at the same time as Blackstar's party. The various civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring also sent their emissaries to participate in the Tyrant's Party. On the top floor of the Bloodshed Land's palace, Heber stood in front of the huge window. Outside the window was the dark surface fortress and the stars in the universe. His eyes were fixed on the residences of all the emissaries. In the past, these emissaries would make use of the time before the Tyrant's Party to interact and make friends. However, there was almost no movement from these emissaries now. Most of them stayed in their own rooms, and the hall was cold and empty like a pool of stagnant water. Because the Blackstar's party was livelier and there were more organizations participating, the various civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring treated the Blackstar's party as the main stage, and the Tyrant's Party became a secondary event. The matters that needed to be discussed could be discussed in the Blackstar's place, and there was no need for them to interact here. Now, these civilizations were participating in the Tyrant's Party more as a formality, and there was no longer the liveliness of the past. Humph, Blackstar. Heber's expression was tense, and the fists behind his back were tightly clenched. At this time, Chief Staff Officer Jode walked into the room, came behind Heber, and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Heber, the emissary of the Limitless Financial Group is here. She is waiting outside. Let her in." Heber did not even turn around. After a while, Lovell walked into the room and looked at the tall figure in front of the window. With just one look, she felt a sense of oppression. She calmed herself down and said in a low voice, "Greetings, Your Excellency Heber." She was not even at the calamity grade and could not be as calm as her father, Sorokin, when facing Han Xiao. "I heard that your Limitless Financial Group wants to cooperate with me." Heber turned around and glanced at Lovell. "That's right, it's about the flickering world. As a financial group, you want to invest, right? You don't have to talk to me about such a small matter. Go find the officers in charge of business cooperation." Heber retracted his gaze and lost interest. Lovell gritted her teeth and took out a letter. "His Excellency Sorokin instructed me to bring a letter to you." "A letter?" Heber frowned. In this era, quantum communication was a convenient means of transmitting information, and handwritten letters were more for confidentiality. Heber was a little confused. He did not have any relationship with Sorokin, so what was the meaning of this letter? It could not be a love letter, right? Heber then turned to face Lovell, grabbed the letter, and opened it. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his expression became serious. He carefully read the contents of the letter. "So, that's how it is. Heber clenched his fist, and the letter turned into powder, which then turned into atoms. He then looked at Jord and said, "You go out first." Jord was stunned and could only leave first, closing the door behind him. Only the two of them were left in the room. Heber's eyes flashed, and thick energy surged out, filling the entire room and isolating it from the outside world. He slowly said, "You want me to deal with the Black Star Core?" "Yes." Lovell nodded. "Humph, ridiculous," Heber said coldly. "Although I have some enmity with Black Star, we're both allies of the dynasty, so I can't do anything to him." "You've found the wrong person." Lovell took a deep breath, recalled what Sorokin had taught her, and spoke with a deep voice. "Black Star has only risen for 20 years, but how many years have you been in the Shattered Star Ring? Black Star has surpassed you, and his influence has already surpassed yours. Your Excellency Tyrant, are you willing to accept this?" Heber's expression was indifferent, but he did not refute. "We're both allies of the dynasty, but the Red Empire has always been biased toward the Black Star Core. Have you ever thought about why?" Heber interrupted her and slowly said, "He has the evolution cube, and I don't. It's as simple as that." "That's right." Lovell raised her voice. "This is the crux of the problem. Humph, so you want me to help you snatch the evolution cube?" Heber was indifferent, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "Of course not. We just want him to lose the evolution cube. There's still a difference between the two." "Oh, what do you mean?" "Snatching it is almost impossible. Radiance and Ethereal will not act rashly, and as an ally of the dynasty, you have no choice but to help the Black Star Core. You will not sit by and watch our actions. Therefore, what we hope is for Black Star to hand over the evolution cube." Heber almost wanted to laugh. Hand the evolution cube to an outsider? Do you think Black Star is crazy or stupid? "Humph, I know Black Star, that be asterisk starred. He's a pure profit-oriented person. You want him to give up the universal treasure? Unless your limitless financial group goes bankrupt tomorrow." "No, I didn't say that." Lovell paused for a moment. "But what if the party Black Star hands over the evolution cube, is the Red Empire?" Heber's eyes narrowed, and he was a little interested. "Tell me more about it." Chapter 923. I don't think I need to emphasize the value of the evolution cube. Now that this universal treasure that is coveted by countless organizations is in Black Star's hands, it is very risky for the dynasty. However, the universal civilizations will not force their beyond grade A allies to hand over their universal treasures, so they acquiesced to Black Star's ownership of the evolution cube. However, this does not mean that the dynasty will be at ease. Heber nodded. "Indeed. Continue." "Only with the evolution cube in the hands of the dynasty can this risk be eliminated. Although the Battle of Planet Lighthouse was won, it also sounded an alarm within the dynasty. Instead of believing in Black Star's strength, it is better to prevent similar things from happening again. The Radiant Federation's multidimensional sky-opening transportation device will always be a threat. Think about it, Radiance can gather a group of beyond grade as to attack the Black Star Core headquarters at any time. How dangerous would that be? If Radiance could do it, they would have done it long ago." Heber was not swayed. "Yes, considering various reasons, the Radiant Federation will not take the risk. Therefore, they used a roundabout method to pressure the dynasty and Black Star. However, if all these methods are ineffective, the possibility of taking the risk will only increase." Heber did not deny it and said, "Even if there are external threats, Uranril values Black Star, and the dynasty will not force him. The success rate of your plan is negligible. I advise you to give up as soon as possible." "We have to give it a try." Lovell slowly said, "Black Star is close to the dynasty's ruler's faction and has received a lot of protection. However, you also know that there are many factions within the dynasty. Ever since the appearance of the evolutionary totem, the calls for Black Star to hand over the evolution cube have been getting louder and louder. Black Star refused to take the evolution cube and settle down on the dynasty's mother planet, which made more factions more determined." Heber frowned. "You seem to know a little too much." Hearing this, Lovell smiled mysteriously. "Because I'm not just here to represent radiance and ethereal. Ha ha ha. Heba suddenly burst out laughing. Your appetite is really big, to think that you want to eat all three of them. No wonder. I was wondering just now. If Black Star gave the evolution cube to the dynasty, radiance and ethereal would not even have the last chance to take the risk. So that's how it is. Lovell smiled and didn't answer. She secretly sighed at Sorokin's courage. On the surface, Sorokin had agreed to the deal between the Federation and the Church, but in secret, he had contacted some of the dynasty's factions and changed the story of the plan to suppress the Black Star army. He said that he wanted to force Black Star to hand over the evolution cube and carry out a second transaction behind his back. This made the Limitless Financial Group's intention of suppressing the Black Star army in line with the interests of the three parties. This was both to leave a way out and to maximize the benefits. Sorokin was not someone who would listen to orders obediently. He had his own interests. At the scale that the Limitless Financial Group had developed to, they had long stopped making money from wars. The series of turbulence brought about by the Battle of Planet Lighthouse had caused the Limitless Financial Group's stock price to fluctuate. In order to prevent such a situation from happening again, Sorokin would rather become a pacifist and completely cut off the possibility of the evolution cube starting a war. This would make the two parties lose the chance to take the risk and resolve the conflict between the three universal civilizations. If the evolution cube fell into the hands of the dynasty, it would eliminate the risk of cosmic turbulence. On the surface, he had agreed to radiance and ethereal, but in reality, he was a third party. Lovell paused for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "When the dynasty has the evolution cube, all the benefits of the evolutionary totem will be in the hands of the dynasty, and Black Star will be kicked out of the game. This way, the dynasty will become the beneficiary and enjoy all the benefits. The possibility of opening up the right to purchase the evolution cube to the outside world will increase because of this. This will satisfy the pressure from radiance and ethereal. They also do not want to take the risk, so they might be relieved if they completely give up on this idea." Sorokin. Humph, this guy is quite interesting. Heba narrowed his eyes and slowly said, after saying so much, "The premise is that Black Star hands over the evolution cube. If it doesn't work out, all these are empty words. What do you plan to do?" Hearing this, Lovell was overjoyed. Heba's question meant that he was tempted. Very simple. Put pressure on Black Star from both inside and outside and let him see that the benefits of handing over the evolution cube are greater than keeping it. Tell me about it. During the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, Black Star obtained great results and sealed the mouths of those factions that wanted to hand over the evolution cube. However, the dynasty's casualties were also real. As long as the dynasty continues to suffer more losses regarding the evolutionary totem, Black Star will face more pressure from within the dynasty. Even ruler Uranril will not be able to suppress all of it. However, this is the work of radiance and ethereal, so forgive me for not being able to reveal it. What about the external pressure? This will mean dealing with the Black Star core itself, so we need your help. If you want me to betray the dynasty, then forget about it." Lovell smiled. "Don't worry, this is definitely beneficial. Even if we don't target the Black Star core, the Bloodshed Land will still benefit and will not have any conflict with the dynasty." "How?" "Very simple. Our Limitless Financial Group will invest in expanding our business with the Bloodshed Land, taking back the market that the Black Star core took away, suppressing the Black Star core business. At the same time, we will develop the Flickering World together. We will use our influence in the dynasty to obtain a better territory for you. You are also an ally of the dynasty, and the dynasty will not have any objections to the competition between the two of you. Your Excellency Tyrant is also clear about the strength of the Limitless Financial Group. With our investment, regardless of whether the plan succeeds or not, the Bloodshed Land will never lose out." Hearing this, Heba closed his eyes and pondered. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again and replied calmly, "All right. All right, I agree." Lovell heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, and her tense nerves also relaxed. She chuckled and said, "In this deal, only Black Star will lose. However, for the peace of the universe, he will have to suffer." Peace of the universe, Herr, Heber mocked in his heart but did not show it on his face. He slowly said, "The Radiant Federation, the Arcane Church, part of the Red Empire's factions, and my bloodshed land. Humph, your limitless financial group's actions are really not small. You actually created an anti-Black Star alliance. This is business, not personal grudges." Lovell smiled nonchalantly. Let's hope he knows what's good for him. Anyway, he won't hand over the cube for nothing. The dynasty will definitely give him sufficient compensation. Heber secretly curled his lips. Although he did not like Black Star, in his opinion, the chances of Black Star compromising were close to zero. That B*****'s ability to resist pressure was frighteningly strong. Even if Lovell exaggerated it, he was still not optimistic about the Limitless Financial Group's plan. However, the bloodshed land would not lose out. Heber was willing to cooperate with the Limitless Financial Group and take the opportunity to develop himself. He was not willing to sit back and watch Han Xiao leave him further and further behind. The next day, at the Black Star Corps headquarters. There were still a few days before the official gathering. Many guests were walking around and expanding their social circle. It was very lively. Han Xiao visited Sorokin early in the morning and invited him to visit the headquarters. Sorokin gladly agreed. The two of them strolled around the headquarters while chatting. Han Xiao once again requested to spar, but Sorokin still rejected him. Han Xiao was a little helpless. The other party did not want to spar and directly admitted defeat. He did not have the mentality of an unyielding expert. Just as Han Xiao was hesitating, Sorokin seemed to have suddenly thought of something. "I heard that Aesop is with you." Han Xiao raised his brows. "You know that, old man? When he was an ancient one, I met him a few times. I once invited him to join the Limitless Financial Group, but he rejected me." Sorokin shook his head. "Aesop, this old man, is really a social butterfly. Wherever he goes, there will be big shots who recognize him." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "By the way, I also heard that Ames and you are lovers." Han Xiao was stunned. "Where did you hear this from?" "It's been spreading in many places. I only heard it by chance." Sorokin sighed. "A union between beyond grade as is too rare. I can't even remember who the last couple was. The leader of the Limitless Financial Group actually has the time to pay attention to such gossip." Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. "It's precisely because I'm the leader of a financial group that I need to pay attention to any news. Business opportunities are often hidden within." Sorokin smiled. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. "If I remember correctly, you seem to be the successor of the Limitless Financial Group, not the founder." "Yes. There is very little information about you in the universe. I'm a little curious about your experience before you became a Beyond Grade A. Haha. Does Your Excellency Black Star care so much about my childhood?" Sorokin laughed. In the eyes of many Beyond Grade As, their life before they became a Beyond Grade A was no different from their childhood. "I'm just curious." Han Xiao waved his hands. "That's all in the past. It's nothing more than training and battles. There's nothing to talk about." Sorokin shook his head with a smile and suddenly asked, "I wonder what Your Excellency Black Star's ambitions are?" "Ambitions? Does universal peace count?" Han Xiao joked. "What a coincidence. Me too." Sorokin laughed. While chatting, Han Xiao multitasked and secretly entered the quantum network to contact Aesop. Very soon, he hacked into Aesop's communicator. An old face suddenly appeared in the quantum network's field of vision, clearly startled. "Black Star? I'm watching a show. Why did you hack into my communicator?" "Old man, I have something to ask you. Do you know Sorokin?" Aesop was stunned. "I do. Why are you mentioning him? He's right next to me. I'm quite curious about him. What kind of person was he when you met him in the past?" Hearing this, Aesop pondered for a while before saying, "Sorokin, TSK, what a sly old fox. You'll never know if what he says is true. You'd better be careful when dealing with him." Then how's his combat strength?" "I don't know. Anyway, he's stronger than me." Aesop shrugged. "Isn't that obvious?" Han Xiao was speechless. "All right, Stop bothering me. Hurry up and restore my communicator to normal. I want to continue watching the show. Helplessly ending the call, Han Xiao exited the quantum network and turned to look at Sorokin. He made up his mind and threw a punch at him. Sorokin reacted quickly and raised his arm to block this punch. Dong. There was not much force behind the punch, but it still produced a muffled sound, and a shockwave rippled out. Your Excellency Black Star, what's the meaning of this? Sorokin narrowed his eyes. I still don't believe you when you say you're neglecting your battle. I'm testing your reaction speed. Han Xiao smiled and did not hide it. Sorokin frowned, then smiled and shook his head. As a Beyond Grade A, I still have this bit of reaction speed. If you were a pugilist, I wouldn't have been able to block this punch. Your Excellency Black Star, please don't scare me anymore. I'm really not your match. Alright, I was too rash. Sorry. Han Xiao casually retracted his hand and pretended not to care. Seeing this, Sorokin heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect Han Xiao to not hesitate to offend him and attack him. He thought he was going to force a spar with him. However, Black Star only attacked once and stopped. He was a little surprised that Han Xiao was so easy to talk to. Thinking about it, Sorokin understood. Black Star had once slaughtered his affiliated organizations. In his eyes, Black Star's character was swift and decisive. Although he was surprised that Black Star suddenly attacked, it matched the image of Han Xiao in his heart. However, he did not know that the combat information triggered by this attack was enough for Han Xiao to see his bottom line. Han Xiao quietly opened the interface, glanced at the combat notification, and his eyes narrowed. Indeed, I didn't guess wrong. This prick is indeed not simple. His level is a question mark. Back when I was level 280, Madison was a question mark. Now that I'm level 300, Sorokin's level is also a question mark. This guy's combat power is also at the peak Beyond Grade A level. He actually hid for so long, making all the Beyond Graders think he's weak. What is he after? Han Xiaoshin thought quickly, and his eyes narrowed. Chapter 924. In the combat information, Sorokin's level was a question mark. Just like Manison, only a small portion of his abilities were revealed. Sorokin's strength was obvious from just a small portion of it. Sorokin was an Esper with the psychic ability, and almost all of the abilities he displayed were related to the mind. Han Xiao also saw a few special abilities and talents that strengthened his mind, such as invasion, reading, control, and so on. Body reconstruction. If your body is destroyed, you can use your mind energy to reconstruct it. The current HP of the reconstructed body will be 30%. The body is the carrier of the soul and also the barrier. Multidimensional energy absorption. You can absorb multidimensional energy to replenish your energy. Soul Energy Foundation. Unique talent. Your soul is like the cells of your body. It can also provide and store energy. Immortal. Your psionic resistance has been slightly increased. Swindler, Sorokin. Unique talent. Plus 75% psionic Esper strength, plus 20% INT and MYS, plus 4 levels for all psionic skills. This effect can exceed the level limit. What a powerful ability. Han Xiaoxin's expression was a little grim. Immortal soul and body reconstruction could be regarded as divine skills for psionic espers. Normal psionic espers would die without a body, and their soul would continue to weaken. However, Sorokin's soul was a life of its own and did not need a carrier. This might be a change brought about by his race evolution. Based on these two abilities and the talent, Immortal, Han Xiao had some guesses. Could it be that Sorokin had actually lived for a long time with different identities? No wonder there was so little information about him. If that's the case, his age is probably beyond my imagination. Han Xiao secretly raised his guard and cast a glance over. If it wasn't for the combat information, it would have been difficult for him to guess that Sorokin had such a secret based on Sorokin's low-key and cowardly style. This guy is very strong, but he puts himself in a very low position. He doesn't care about admitting defeat and likes to flatter others, so it's easy for others to look down on him. Although he's lived for a long time, he's completely different from Manison, who has a strong aura. He's a sly old fox. Han Xiaoshin muttered in his mind. Sorokin naturally didn't know that his identity had been exposed, nor did he know what Han Xiao was thinking. He didn't say anything for a while. The two of them walked in silence for a few minutes. Sorokin's expression suddenly changed when he received the good news from Lovell. A smile appeared on his face. Your Excellency Blackstar, I wonder if you are willing to sell the evolutionary totem publicly? Han Xiao came back to his senses and raised his eyebrows. I'm fine with it. It's mainly up to the dynasty. Sigh, if the evolutionary totem can be sold to all civilizations, the market value of the Blackstar core will be stabilized at an extremely high level. The profits from such a monopolistic business are too great. It's a pity that we can't cooperate. Sorokin's expression was filled with regret. Han Xiao smiled and did not reply. However, he felt that Sorokin's words had another meaning. After touring around the headquarters, the two of them parted ways. Han Xiao watched Sorokin return to his room and stood there for a few seconds before turning around and returning to his own office. After pondering for a while in the office, Han Xiao contacted Sylvia and ordered with a deep voice. Investigate the Limitless Financial Group's movements after entering the Shattered Star Ring. Understood. A few days later, the Black Star Party was held as scheduled. All the guests gathered in the banquet hall, and it was extremely lively. Han Xiao gave a simple speech, summarizing the results of the previous year's cooperation, and announced the start of the banquet amidst applause. There were emissaries from various civilizations and representatives from various cooperation organizations present. They were all partners of the Black Star Corps, and they were involved in many businesses. A few years ago, Han Xiao had decided on the Panstar Field Interest Union plan. After a few years of development, the prototype was becoming more and more complete. These partners shared various business channels with the army, allowing the army to reach its current scale. This plan was one of the cornerstones of the army's future development, and he attached great importance to it. Han Xiao was surrounded by groups of people, passionately chatting. Sylvia stood beside Han Xiao and handled the situation with ease. Laughter could be heard from the crowd from time to time. These representatives were very respectful, and the atmosphere was harmonious. In another corner of the banquet hall, Sorokin was also surrounded by some people. The Limitless Financial Group was the wealthiest group present, and it was extremely difficult to see Sorokin normally. Many people took this opportunity to come over and befriend him. Sorokin held his wine glass, smiling as he talked to the people around him while observing all the guests. Looking at the grand scene of the Black Star Party, his eyes had an inexplicable playfulness. At the same time, his possession consciousness descended into the bloodshed land and possessed a follower beside Lovell. The Tyrant's Party was held at the same time as the Black Star Party, but it was much quieter than the Black Star Corps. Only a few people were whispering, and most of them were focused on the wine and food. Although Heber was expressionless, looking at this scene, his mood was obviously not good. Lovell walked around the banquet hall with wine in hand. Suddenly, she saw a follower not far away give her a look. She immediately understood and knew that it was Sorokin. She quietly walked to the side with this follower. "What's the matter?" Lovell asked softly. "You will stay in the bloodshed land and be in charge of the financial group's work here. When the time comes, the financial group's resources here will be under your control." Sorokin nodded. "Okay." A look of surprise flashed across Lovell's eyes. Sorokin's children also had competition between them. For such an important task to be given to her, it meant that her father valued her greatly. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Lovell asked softly, "What's the specific plan of action? Is there anything I need to pay special attention to? I'll give you the details later. To suppress the Black Star Corps business, we have to start with his partners first." Sorokin smiled faintly. "I can see that Black Star is deliberately creating a huge net of benefits for his subordinates. Therefore, the first thing we have to do is to cut his net and break it up. We have to destroy the situation that Black Star has painstakingly built for more than 10 years. You don't need me to teach you how to do this, right? I understand. Lovell nodded. When the financial group's resources are in place, you can start the operation. This year's gathering ended smoothly, and the guests all gained something. On the second day, Sorokin bid farewell and left. At the dock of the army headquarters, Han Xiao watched as the limitless financial group's fleet turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of space. His brows were tightly furrowed, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. He left just like that. I really can't understand his intentions. Although he had seen through Sorokin's hidden strength and became more vigilant, he still had no idea what Sorokin was thinking. Han Xiao had a premonition that Sorokin was planning something in the dark. If the Black Star Corps encountered any abnormalities recently, it would definitely be Sorokin's doing. Furthermore, according to his probing, the other party's goal was most likely related to the evolutionary totem. Causing trouble. Han Xiao sighed. He had long known that the problem of the evolutionary totem would not be resolved so easily. As long as the outside world's demands were not met, there would be no peace. The dynasty had withstood the majority of the pressure, and the pressure from the Black Star Corps was about to arrive. If that's the case, it's best to stay in the dynasty's territory for a period of time and leave some apostle weapons and mechanical shells in the army headquarters. Han Xiao secretly made up his mind. He was still rather wary of the Radiant Federation's teleportation ability. Ta-ta-ta, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from behind him. Han Xiao did not need to turn around to know that it was Hela. Han Xiao, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Han Xiao put away his distracting thoughts and looked at Hela's cold and exquisite face. I'm going to leave for a period of time. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Aurora. Han Xiao raised his brows. Where are you going? I'm going to train with Teacher Ames in another star field. I might not be able to be your Black Star Guards for the time being, Hela said softly. Han Xiao was surprised. Ames is going too? Yes, it was Teacher who invited me. Han Xiao stared at Hela for a while, and Hela also looked at him indifferently. After looking at each other for a while, a smile appeared on his face. All right, this is a good thing. I'll allow it. I'll take care of Aurora. Thank you. Hela nodded. There's no need to thank me between us. Han Xiao walked forward, pressed on Hela's shoulder, and said with a deep voice, I hope that when you return, you'll already be a beyond grade A super. You're really confident in me. Hela revealed a rare smile. After hesitating for a moment, she clenched her fist and lightly punched Han Xiao's chest. Take care of yourself too. Don't worry, I'll let Fu Ding be the temporary commander of the Black Star Guards. He's also very reliable. You can go without worry. It won't affect me. You. Hey, don't go. I'm not done yet. Watching Hela leave with an unfriendly expression, Han Xiao helplessly scratched his head and kept his expression. It was good to let Hela go out to train. There were very few chances for her to fight by his side. Gaining some experience would help her stimulate her potential and become a beyond grade A super. However, he did not expect that Ames would also go out to train. He heard that after losing to him 2 years ago, Ames had focused on training. Now, she was no longer staying at home. It seemed like she was really going to work hard. With Ames by her side, Hela's personal safety was guaranteed. However, Han Xiao still decided to equip their spaceship with some mechanical troops and mechanical shells as insurance. Since they're working hard, I can't stay idle either. Han Xiao entered the quantum network and asked Philip. How's the collection of energy training techniques coming along? Master, I've already filtered out the more valuable options for you. Please check, A list appeared before his eyes. They were all high-quality energy training techniques that could be bought in various galactic markets. They came from different races, civilizations, and super-organizations. With just a glance, Han Xiao made his decision. Buy them all for me. Chapter 925. Being rich might not be the strongest ability, but it was definitely the most useful ability. The joy of having money was beyond one's imagination. After buying many energy training techniques, Han Xiao slowly invested his experience into them, allowing his energy to slowly grow. Time was wealth. Beyond grade As had long lifespans, and their long lifespans gave them plenty of time to learn more knowledge and techniques. Every Beyond grade A had a bunch of energy training techniques. Han Xiao's actions were also a basic operation for Beyond grade As. The time he needed to increase his energy was less than the other Beyond grade As, but it was still a slow process. The next day, Han Xiao brought Aurora to the internal spaceport of the army to send Hela off. A black, reflective spaceship was docked at the dock. This was a high-grade spaceship that Han Xiao had given to Hela. Below the gangway that extended from the cabin door stood Hela, who had already changed out of her Black Star Guard's uniform. Hela still had that cold expression on her face. Her long, red, curly hair was tied up with a hairband and draped all the way down to her waist. The fringe in front of her forehead and the hair on her temples were tidied up, making her look much more refreshed. She was wearing a dark red and black lightweight soft alloy battlesuit, which was similar to a trench coat. The tight-fitting black protective pants clung to her slender legs, looking a little like leather pants. These were all equipment that Han Xiao had made for her. A small backpack was slung over her shoulder, making her look like a traveler. There were some medicines in the backpack, mainly the great tonics that Aurora had made. "Sister, when are you coming back?" Aurora had a look of reluctance. In the past few years, the two sisters had been together. Now that they were about to part, she was not used to it. "Wait for me to become a Beyond grade A." Hela's lips curled up slightly as she glanced at Han Xiao beside her. Aurora let out a disappointed ah, dragging out the last syllable. "How long will that take? You are my motivation. In order to come back and see you sooner, I will do my best." Hela patted Aurora's head. Aurora scratched her head helplessly and sighed. "Sigh, it's been so many years and you still treat me like a child. In my heart, you'll always be a child that needs to be protected." Hela gently pinched Aurora's delicate cheeks as a trace of affection appeared in her eyes. Han Xiao coughed dryly and interrupted, "I've equipped the spaceship with nano-repair robots. There are some decent mechanical equipment in the equipment box. I've also placed 2 mechanical bodies and some mechanical soldiers in the warehouse. If you need them, let me know and I'll activate them." "Yes," Hela responded. Unlike her previous life, she still preferred to be alone, but she did not reject the help of others. Although Ames will be working with you, since it's training, she won't purposely protect you. Furthermore, she's a Beyond grade A. Some dangers are nothing to her, but they'll be fatal to you. Be careful. Han Xiao reminded her. Calamity grades could already do whatever they wanted in the universe, but if they wanted to train, they would have to deliberately go to dangerous places. There were many such places in the universe, and danger was everywhere. For example, some experimental planets where civilizations were conducting biochemical experiments were filled with viruses, giant beasts, mutated organisms, and other dangers. Or, they would go to hunt some powerful cosmic creatures. Even if they could not find a dangerous place, taking the initiative to challenge other experts was also a way to train. Hela nodded, indicating that she understood, but she did not think so in her heart. Only the edge of life and death could stimulate one's potential the most. Staying in the army, there were no life and death battles, so her progress would be slower and slower. The threshold of breaking through to Beyond grade A was still far away. Ames might have just been acting on a whim, but she truly wanted to adventure and train. Han Xiao was one of the few people she trusted. Only by entrusting Aurora to Han Xiao did Hela feel at ease. Looking at the two of them one last time, Hela turned around and walked into the spaceship without any reluctance. The closed hatch covered her back. The next moment, the spaceship trembled, and the thrusters shot out orange-red flames that quickly turned blue. Hoo hoo hoo. The spaceship's speed soared, and it rushed out of the port. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a stream of hyperdrive and disappeared from sight. Sigh, I don't know how many years it'll take for my sister to come back. Beyond grade A, how can it be so easy to reach? Aurora was not in a good mood, and she tugged at Han Xiao's clothes. Actually, I think it's quite easy. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you. Aurora rolled her eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and patted Han Xiao's shoulder. She pretended to sigh like an old man and said, "Teacher and sister have both left. Uncle, I only have you now. The work in the shattered star ring and the flickering world doesn't require me to be there personally. Due to some reasons, I'll have to leave soon and stay in the dynasty for a long time. It'll be safer if you come with me." Aurora hesitated. "You're saying that the army will encounter danger here?" "Not necessarily, but some turmoil is inevitable." "Got it. Wherever you go, I'll follow. By the way, can I become a Black Star Guard?" "You're too weak. Better not." "Humph, stingy." Han Xiao shook his head, turned around, and looked at the galaxy. "I wonder how long it'll take for Hela to come back. When she comes back, I'll have another reliable ally." A few days later, Constellation Corridor, Red Empire Mother Planet, Ruler's Office. The remote projections of many dynasty upper echelons were gathered in the room. The chief commander of the Exploration Army, Tarakov, was among them. A document with the dynasty's logo was placed on the table in front of Uranril. The content was written in the dynasty's language, and it was densely packed. Uranril quickly read through the document, and she soon flipped to the last page. She paused, picked up the pen beside her, and signed her name at the end of the document. The table flashed, and a human head made of digital modules appeared. A deep male electronic voice sounded. "Dynasty Ruler Authority confirmed. The Flickering World Constitution has been signed. Effective immediately. Every advanced civilization had to make use of the powerful computing power of a virtual artificial intelligence. The three universal civilizations all had their own core artificial intelligences, which had been perfected by generations of virtual mechanics and scientists. The Red Empire's core artificial intelligence had the backup memories of every dynasty ruler and the elites in its database. Together with the virtual artificial intelligence itself, it formed a pan-civilization elite consciousness called Heroic Soul. Uranril put down the pen, passed the document to the secretary beside her, and slowly said, "In 3 days, announced to the entire universe that the first phase of the flickering world has been successfully developed. May the dynasty last forever. May the dynasty last forever." The various dynasty upper echelons replied in unison. This was a slogan passed down from the exploration era, and its meaning was roughly the same as "God bless XX." Inform the allied organizations that participated in the development that it's time to divide the territories and officially start the first phase of development of the 3-star clusters. Uranril said with a deep voice, "Before the construction is completed, the second phase of development will not begin." In the logistics department of the army, Han Xiao, who was supervising Nero's learning, received a communication request from Tarakov. He had a premonition. Opening the communicator, Tarakov's old face appeared. "Black Star, Ruler Uranril has already signed the decree and will soon announce to the entire universe that the first phase of the development of the flickering world has been completed. She told me to inform you that the territories that the dynasty's upper echelons have decided to give to our allies have been decided. It's finally here. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Han Xiao felt energized. "I'm listening. Continue." "The territories will be distributed according to the contribution of the exploration. The allies that joined later will only be able to get a few star zones, at most 1 star system. Bloodshed Land, the Klent Kingdom, and you were the first to join, so the dynasty will give you more territory. The 3-star clusters that were explored in the first phase were the gateway to the flickering world, and they would basically fall into the control of the dynasty and its allies. A star cluster had dozens of star systems. A star system might not seem like a lot, but it was actually very large. After all, the territory of a star system civilization was only a star system, and some were even smaller than an entire star system. Han Xiao nodded and asked, "How much exactly will they give us?" "Bloodshed Land will be given about 2 star systems, and because of the secret war, Klent will be given 4 star systems. Their territories are all in the Renault star cluster." "What about me?" Han Xiao was curious. "The Black Star Core exploration results were the best, and you made a huge contribution yourself. Ruler Uranril treated you very well, and the dynasty has decided to give you." Tarakov smiled. A total of 7 star systems. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. 7 star systems? That was equivalent to 10 to 20% of the Garu star cluster's territory, and this was only the first phase's territory. Just this starting point alone was a few times higher than any other star system civilization. Furthermore, Tarakov smiled. Ruler Uranril did not forget her promise to you. The territories of the others have already been allocated, and you can choose the 7 star systems of the Black Star Core. I didn't work for nothing. Han Xiaoshan was in a good mood. Until now, the Black Star Core did not have a true base, and their headquarters and many divisions were in other people's territories. There were not many empty spots left in the explored universe, and even many desolate universe belts belonged to them. Now, Han Xiaoshan had finally obtained his own autonomous territory. A portion of the territory of an entire star cluster would be given to his allies, a portion would be controlled by the dynasty, and a portion would be made public for the other organizations to fight over. After dividing the star cluster layer by layer, Han Xiaoshan was able to obtain close to 1/5 of the star cluster's territory. Han Xiao guessed that the army would be split into 3 or 4 star systems, which was already a huge profit. However, the dynasty valued his contribution so much that they gave him 7 star systems with a wave of their hand. There were close to 100 star zones in total, and he could even choose his own location. The dynasty was really generous. P.S. System maintenance. The entire internet is flooded with crabs. This chapter's comments will not be restored until the 6th. Chapter 926. The blue star map floated in front of Han Xiao, showing the general situation of the Garu star cluster. Most of the areas were marked in green, representing the star systems that could be chosen. Han Xiao looked at the star map thoughtfully. The blue light of the star map shone on his face. Beside him, Tarakov's remote projection was also looking at the star map with a smile. Have you made a decision? Of course, but I have a question. After the first exploration phase, the dynasty has already figured out the resource distribution of every star system. Although you've allowed me to choose, I've chosen different star systems, so your attitude will be different, right? Han Xiao turned around and glanced at him. Hehe, I know what you mean. You're worried that if the star systems you choose are all strategic and resource-rich, the dynasty won't have any objections, right? Tarakov shook his head and laughed. Don't worry. Since the dynasty is willing to give it to you, we're not afraid of your appetite. The dynasty won't be so stingy. That's good. Han Xiao nodded. Furthermore, the ruler told me to tell you. Tarakov's eyes flashed, and he said with deep meaning, that the more important the star systems you choose, the better. Because I'm a member of the ruler's faction? Han Xiao was interested. That might be one of the reasons. How about this? I'll tell you some insider information. Actually, not everyone in the upper echelons of the dynasty agreed to give you 7 star systems. Some of them felt that the important areas should be controlled by the dynasty and should not be given to any allies. Ruler Uranril went against the majority and took out the areas that the dynasty should control in the Garu star cluster for you to choose from. According to her, since you've made a promise, you shouldn't play tricks with your allies. That will only disappoint your allies. She's right. It seems like the ruler is quite considerate of me. Han Xiao nodded with a smile. The ruler suggested that you take control of some strategic areas, but there's another reason. She hopes that you'll have more authority and a higher position in the dynasty, indirectly suppressing some of the disharmonious voices in the dynasty. You know what's going on, Tarakov said. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao understood that they were talking about the evolution cube. When a beyond grade A ally had a strategic universal treasure, such conflicts were bound to occur. For example, Cisco had always been under pressure from the Arcane Church. There were people in the dynasty who hoped that he would voluntarily hand over the evolution cube, and Han Xiao had heard of this before. However, in front of the rules of a universal civilization and his own achievements, this voice was very weak. It was impossible to force an ally to hand over a universal treasure. A universal civilization would not do such a thing, but even so, the desire of some people in the dynasty for the evolution cube would not disappear. Uranril wants to increase my authority, and the other factions that covet the evolution cube do not want me to have too important a position. This will make it harder for them to suppress me. From another perspective, this is a battle between factions in the dynasty. Thinking of this, Han Xiaoxin felt helpless. He did not want to be involved in the dynasty's internal political battles, but he had no choice. Anything of value was a bargaining chip in the eyes of these dynasty factions, and his beyond grade A allies were no exception. Since they saw him as an important bargaining chip, there was nothing he could do. No matter what they think, I'll just develop myself. Han Xiao shook his head and tapped on the star map 7 times. I want these 7 star systems. Tarakov took a look, and his eyes flashed. He laughed and said, "You really don't know how to be polite. You're the one who told me not to be polite." Han Xiao shrugged. He had chosen all the important star systems in the Garu star cluster. 2 of the star systems were the gateways to 2 other star clusters nearby, and they were strategic choke points. Another 2 star systems were the transit areas of the future Garu star cluster, and they were very prosperous. The last 3 star systems were at the center of the star cluster, and they were the places with the most resources. All right, I'll report this to the ruler. The construction will begin very soon, so make your preparations. I'll be leaving now. Tarakov then cut off the communication, and the remote projection disappeared. Han Xiao retracted his gaze, stared at the 7 lit areas on the star map, and slowly exhaled. 7 star systems. This will be my territory in the future. A few days later, the Red Empire announced to the entire universe that the first phase of the development of the flickering world had been a success. All along, there had been countless eyes on the development of the flickering world. The new starfield was both the territory of the Red Empire and the wealth of the entire universe. If the development went smoothly, the reputation of the dynasty would increase to a certain extent. This news made many organizations excited, especially many financial groups. When the dynasty was developing the flickering world, they had already released the news that the financial groups would be allowed to participate in the development of the first phase. Although there were too many people and too little meat, and only the large financial groups would be able to obtain the entry ticket, this was still a profitable business. Furthermore, every ally organization was a good target for investment. In the dynasty's announcement, the territories that the various allies had obtained were listed. Among them, the Black Star Corps was at the top of the list with 7 star systems, far surpassing the second-place Klent with 4 star systems. The various galactic organizations were all shocked. They could all feel the importance that the dynasty placed on Black Star. That made sense. Black Star was still very young, and he would be the pillar of the dynasty for the next few hundred or thousand years. The dynasty could not afford to neglect him. After the announcement was made, the various financial groups began to take action. They went around contacting the allies of the dynasty, and the Black Star Army was the most popular among the financial groups. In just a short period of time, countless financial groups sent Philip a request for cooperation. Although the 7 star systems were huge, there were too many financial groups that had their eyes on the flickering world. The financial groups invested for profit, and their territory was limited. They could not cooperate with everyone. Han Xiao personally screened out some financial groups with limited strength before sending people to negotiate with the large financial groups. This was a huge project. Han Xiao asked Sylvia to transfer clerks from the various departments to form various small groups to negotiate with the different financial groups and discuss the details of the cooperation. The specific cooperation method was for the financial groups to take out cash to invest, purchase various resources and engineering equipment, and help the investors to build territories. The investors had to promise that after the flickering world was opened up in the future, these financial groups would have the right to operate or mine certain planets, as well as the convenience of various businesses. Therefore, according to the different businesses of each financial group, the cooperation terms were very different. There were countless derivative rights that extended from the jurisdiction. Other than actual planets, there were many things that could be traded. Because the territory was completely under their jurisdiction, they could basically do all the trades that the civilizations could do. Furthermore, they did not have the burden of their citizens, so there was even less pressure. Although Han Xiao was wary of Sorokin, the two of them had previously reached a preliminary agreement. Therefore, in the spirit of keeping his promise, he sent a message to Sorokin to ask about it and quickly set the terms of the cooperation. However, the investment amount of the other party was far lower than Han Xiao had expected. This doesn't make sense. The Limitless Financial Group only invested so little. Why does it seem like they don't care about it at all? In the army commander's office, Han Xiao browsed through the terms of the contract with a strange expression. Sylvia, I previously asked you to investigate the whereabouts of the Limitless Financial Group. Have you found anything? After the Limitless Financial Group entered the Shattered Star Ring, they sent another team to participate in the Tyrant's Party. If I'm not wrong, the Limitless Financial Group is looking for investment targets. They only invested a small amount of money in us symbolically and focused on Bloodshed Land. Han Xiao was puzzled. That's strange. The territory that I've been allocated is more than 3 times that of Heba. Sorokin's focus is actually on Heba. Could it be that Heba gave him extremely generous terms? After thinking for a few seconds, Han Xiao did not dwell on this matter. There were plenty of financial groups eyeing this opportunity, and he had plenty of options. It was fine if the Limitless Financial Group was not willing to cooperate with him. What he did not lack the most at the moment was partners. After dealing with the matters at hand, Han Xiao put down the communicator, opened the interface, and looked at the mission panel. The first round of the Flickering World main storyline mission was to explore the Garu star cluster. When the Red Empire announced the success of the first phase, the first round of the mission was displayed as completed and could be settled at any time. The players also had this main storyline mission, but it could only be settled when the version update was completed and they went online again. Han Xiao browsed through the mission description. He had accumulated a huge amount of exploration points, and his mission rating had already reached the highest. After a few years of exploration, I've finally completed the first round of this S+ main storyline mission. Han Xiao mumbled to himself. With such a high mission rating, the contribution points rewarded should be enough to exchange for the last ultimate knowledge. As he spoke, he chose to end the mission. Flickering World, first round completed. Your mission rating is S+. You have received 2 billion EXP, random reward X3 3000 Red Empire contribution points, and 2 blank character summon cards. Explorer, milestone activated. Milestone activation requirements: obtain at least 3 grade A exploration ratings in the Flickering World mission chain. Current progress: 1 3-inch Yo, a milestone mission. Han Xiao raised his brows. This kind of milestone mission would give a special title or legendary point. Some titles were just for show, while others had additional bonuses. Han Xiao remembered that he still had a Legendary Hunter milestone that he had not completed yet. The effect of that title was to increase the damage dealt to beast-type creatures, and Explorer seemed to increase the drop rate of dungeons and random rewards. The highest mission rating gave him 2 billion EXP as a reward. This was nothing to him, but to the players at level 120, it was enough to level up many times. Under the standard of the version, this reward was already very generous. The rewards of 20 to 30 billion EXP that Han Xiao had done were basically at the level of a Beyond Grade A. Compared to the difficulty of the Flickering World, this reward was already very high. The second round of the Flickering World also popped up. The requirement was to complete the construction of all the infrastructure in the Black Star Core territory. This main storyline mission itself was very flexible. The specific requirements would change according to the faction and the actual situation. The Flickering World mission requirements for Han Xiao and the army players were based on the Red Empire and the Black Star Core. The second round was to build their own territory, so Han Xiao was not surprised. Unfortunately, the players had all gone offline and missed this round of the mission. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Han Xiao cleared his mind and looked at the faction relationship tab. The most useful reward for him was the 3,000 contribution points from the dynasty. Including this, his contribution points had exceeded 12,000, enough to exchange for the last ultimate knowledge. I'm finally going to gather all the ultimate knowledges. Han Xiao let out a long sigh. At the same time, in the Bloodshed Land, after the Limitless Financial Group and Heba reached a cooperation agreement, Lovell became a permanent emissary in the Bloodshed Land, and Sorokin passed her secret orders through possessing her. Not long after the dynasty announced the territories of the various allies, Lovell contacted Sorokin and expressed her shock. The dynasty is treating the Black Star Core too well. A total of 7 star systems. Father, is it really okay for us to not focus on investing in the Black Star Core? Sorokin also frowned. He knew that the dynasty valued the Black Star Core, but the dynasty's generosity was still a little beyond his expectations. The Black Star Core had gathered more wealth and popularity than expected, which was not good for their plan. TSK, those dynasty factions that cooperated with me said that they would work internally to prevent the Black Star Core from getting too many good territories. Now, it seems that they have failed, allowing the Black Star Core to have so much space to develop. Isn't this just making it harder for me to suppress them? My teammates this time are useless. Chapter 927. Just as he was cursing in his mind, he saw the hesitation on Lovell's face. Only then did Sorokin relax his brows and calmly say, "Forget it. Forget it, this is only the first phase of development. Although it is a little unexpected, compared to our deal with the 3 universal civilizations, this amount of profit is not worth mentioning. While the Bloodshed Land does not have many territories, it is still valuable. We will focus on investing here, and there is no need to compete with more financial groups on Blackstar's side." Lovell pursed her lips and nodded. Sorokin paused, narrowed his eyes, and slowly said, "With such a large territory, the Black Star Army will have more space to develop, and their ability to resist pressure will increase. However, this is not entirely a bad thing for us. The army's focus will be shifted to the flickering world, so they will neglect their businesses in the Shattered Star Ring. This will make it easier for us to weaken their original businesses. Therefore, we will first attack the Black Star Core interest network in the Shattered Star Ring. We will not be able to shake the core business of the Black Star Core, so we have to start from the various industry partners of the army, help the Black Star Core snatch a portion of their business channels, cut off the tentacles that the Black Star Core has in various industries, and try to shrink their scale of operations. This will make it difficult for the Black Star Core to expand and develop comfortably." Lovell hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Father, the Black Star Core has a bright future, and their business is growing by the day. To be honest, this method will not be able to shake the Black Star Core. Of course, I know that. A beyond grade A organization is not that easy to suppress. Furthermore, the rise of the Black Star Core is difficult to stop. However, it is precisely because it is difficult that those people came to me to cooperate. As long as we are willing to pay the cost, we will be able to take it one step at a time." Sorokin shook his head with a calm expression. "Furthermore, I am not doing this to overthrow the Black Star Core but to make the Black Star feel as uncomfortable as possible. It will take a long time to see results, so we can just take it slow. Since those people who are cooperating with me are not in a hurry, I won't be in a hurry either." While the two of them were plotting, on the other side of the Bloodshed Land, Heba was also reading the plan that Lovell had given him in the palace and nodding. The plan included the Limitless Financial Group's support plan for the Bloodshed Land. The goal was for the Bloodshed Land to learn from the Black Star Core and complete the transformation of their organization. Not only would they be armed and hired, but they would also expand their business in various industries. The Bloodshed Land did not need to set up these channels from scratch. What they were eyeing were the channels that the local organizations in the Shattered Star Ring had been operating for many years. They seized them through acquisition and other means, and most of the costs were borne by the Limitless Financial Group. Seeing the investment amount of the Limitless Financial Group at the bottom of the proposal, Heba snorted. So rich. The Black Star Core had been very busy recently. The consortiums that passed the preliminary selection sent people to discuss cooperation. A large number of the Army's civilian staff formed negotiation teams and contacted different consortiums remotely. Dillard, the leader of the 098 negotiation team, was currently leading his team to negotiate with the senior management team of a large financial group. He was reading the other party's request for cooperation. Mr. Dillard, this is the third time we've modified the terms of cooperation according to your wishes. Are you satisfied? The senior management of the financial group quietly sized up Dillard's expression. You want 15-year mining rights on at least 10 resource-rich planets, management rights and surface modification rights on 3 ordinary planets, operation rights on 2 regional quantum network channels, and priority sales channels for dozens of rare resources. Hehe, don't you think the investment amount is not worthy of this request? Dillard raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that was not a smile. After our calculations, the current investment amount is equivalent to our request. Are you trying to take advantage of the Black Star Core? If you're not sincere, then forget about it. We still have many candidates, and we don't have time to waste with you. Dillard's tone sank, and he was about to end the communication. Wait. The senior management of the financial group was shocked and hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand, we don't have such thoughts. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can discuss it again. Appreciating the other party's cautious look, Dillard's face was expressionless, but he was secretly pleased. In the Black Star Corps, he was just an ordinary civilian with a limited salary. In the Galactic Society, whether it was status or assets, he was far inferior to the senior management of the financial groups opposite him. However, these rich and powerful senior management of the financial groups now had to curry favor with a small employee like him. Dillard had never enjoyed such treatment before. Now, countless financial groups were begging to cooperate with the Black Star Corps. As the negotiator of the Black Star Corps, he firmly held the initiative. With power in his hands, he was confident. If he had not joined the Black Star Corps early on, he would not be where he was today. He would not be able to make these arrogant financial groups bow to him. In order to satisfy his vanity, and at the same time, to obtain more benefits for the army, Dillard liked to manipulate his negotiation partners. He would never relent without making things difficult a few times. It was very bureaucratic. Dillard knew that this was using the name of the Black Star Corps to intimidate others, but he was happy to do so. His boss was so powerful, it would be a pity if he did not show off. He might not have the chance to do so in the future. The senior management of the financial groups opposite him knew what Dillard was doing. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The party that was begging for cooperation was in a passive position to begin with. He would rather suffer a little than miss the rare opportunity to cooperate with the Black Star Corps. Black Star Corps Headquarters, Army Commander's Office. The finger-sized projection of Philip sat on the edge of the table with his legs swinging. He looked up at Han Xiao and reported in a crisp voice. Investigation complete. 4 to 5 negotiators accepted bribes during the negotiation process. Fire all of them, cancel all the cooperation agreements they negotiated, and no longer cooperate with these financial groups. Han Xiao frowned. The size of the army was too large. It was inevitable that some people would be selfish and use the benefits of the army to exchange for personal benefits. He did not mind the members of the army using the name of the army to show off, but if someone betrayed the interests of the army, he would not agree. As a virtual mechanic, the entire army was under his surveillance. No one could secretly take bribes under his nose. After dealing with this annoying matter, Han Xiao rubbed his eyes. Just as he was about to go to the training room to complete his energy training technique for the day, his communicator suddenly vibrated. Picking up the communicator, Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. The dynasty has finally approved my exchange application. With his contribution points accumulated to more than 12,000, Han Xiao had submitted an application to the dynasty to exchange for the last ultimate knowledge a few days ago. In just a few years, Black Star had made so many contributions that it was enough to exchange for all the ultimate knowledges. His efficiency was probably the fastest in history. The greatest attraction of a universal civilization to a beyond grade A was ultimate knowledge. Now that Han Xiao had gathered all the mechanic ultimate knowledges, the Red Empire was hesitant, and the approval process was much longer than before. However, the dynasty would not go back on its word. At this time, Han Xiao received the last mechanic ultimate knowledge from the Red Empire, Control Branch, Hyperspace Theory. Beyond grade A mags could travel through the various secondary dimensions, and this mechanic ultimate knowledge could achieve a similar effect. As a more profound spacetime technology, it could be used in many aspects such as Stargate construction, interstellar navigation, warp jump engines, and the new generation of thrusters. In terms of combat, this ultimate knowledge tended to increase the mobility of machinery. At the same time, it was suitable for various spacetype devices, which could be used to attack and defend. With this ultimate knowledge, the difficulty of becoming a mechanic increased by more than one level. Its biggest use was to make up for the core weakness of a mechanic. However, Han Xiao was an anomaly, and it would be good if he did not become a mechanic. Therefore, this ultimate knowledge had always been at the bottom of his list. Because it was a class knowledge, there was no triple learning penalty. Every level only required 8 potential points, which was just enough to complete the class advancement mission, Erudite. After learning this, I'll have gathered all the ultimate knowledges. All that's left is to slowly level them up. Han Xiaoxin made up his mind and chose to learn it. Mechanic ultimate knowledge detected, hyperspace theory. Use 8 potential points to learn it. Learning, successfully learned. You have learned, hyperspace theory. You have received the talent, hyperspace thinking. You have learned all the ultimate knowledges. The effect of your talent, ultimate knowledge holder, has been enhanced. You have learned all the class knowledges. You have received the talent, omnipotent mechanic. Hyperspace thinking. The performance of spacetype devices has been enhanced. Control effects have been greatly enhanced. Control duration has been extended by 50% to 100%. Your domain skills have been enhanced. Your space skills have been enhanced. Plus 20% mobility of all mechanical equipment. Plus 40% mental resistance. Ultimate knowledge holder has been enhanced. Original effect, plus 15% to 25% machinery affinity, plus 150% to 600% machinery affinity. New effect, plus 1 to all mechanic class skill levels, can break through the upper limit. Omnipotent mechanic, plus 20% machinery affinity, plus 2 to all mechanic class skill levels, can break through the upper limit. You have received an additional 1,500 INT and 500 free attribute points. Bonus effect I, plus 1% machinery affinity for every 20 INT. Bonus effect 2, passive aura. Plus 200 INT to all lifeforms around you. Chapter 928. As the last piece of the puzzle was completed, the world in front of him seemed to have undergone a subtle change, and his perception of space had undergone a transformation. Han Xiao raised his head and looked at the cup on the table. All sorts of functions and formulas seemed to have appeared at the corners of the cup, and after removing the superfluous appearance, only precise lines were left to outline the spatial structure of the cup. Looking around, the same thing happened to all the items in the room. Everything in the room had more than one form of existence in the spatial structure. After blinking his eyes, this perception slowly dissipated, and his vision returned to normal. This is the change brought about by hyperspace thinking. It has raised my spatial perception to a whole new level. Han Xiao calmed himself down. The feeling just now was as if he was maintaining the perspective of multiple dimensions at the same time. Hyperspace theory only provided one talent, but the effect was very impressive. It increased his mobility and control skills, as well as some mental resistance. The other 2 talents were important talents that came from learning all the knowledge. Normally, players would not be able to afford the cost of all the class knowledges, so it would be very difficult for them to learn all of them. However, the Liver Emperor was not an ordinary person. In the later versions of his previous life, there were also mechanics who had learned all the knowledge, and Han Xiao was one of them. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with the powerful effects of these 2 talents. With these 2 talents, my strength has increased by a level. I can be considered a complete high-level mechanic. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. He secretly estimated that the strengthened, ultimate knowledge holder, and the newly added, omnipotent mechanic, had increased his strength by a level. His strength under normal conditions had already reached the level after activating perfect mechanical sense. The higher his machinery affinity, the greater the increase in the mechanical sense talent. As long as he completely obtained perfect mechanical sense, everything would be complete. At that time, his mechanic class abilities would only be lacking a unique talent compared to Mechanic Emperor, Man-Isen, and the difference would not be too far. Now that I've obtained all the class knowledges, all that's left is to level up the knowledges. Han Xiao smiled. In his previous life, there might have been players who had learned all the knowledge, but no one had ever maxed out all the knowledge. This was Han Xiao's goal. To achieve this, he would need a huge amount of EXP. The EXP he had accumulated in this version was far from enough. He could only continue working hard in the next version. In his previous life, no one had ever accomplished this feat, so Han Xiao did not know if there would be any additional rewards if he maxed out all his class knowledges. No matter what, there was a huge player market. Maxing out all his class knowledges was a path that he had to take. It was definitely a profitable one. There were also an additional 500 free attribute points in his interface. Han Xiao looked at his own attributes. His intelligence had finally broken through the 10,000 mark. Intelligence was the main attribute of a mechanic. It was related to the attributes of machinery, the power of mechanical force bonuses, the efficiency of machinery control, and the damage output of machinery. Currently, he did not lack endurance. He was so tanky that even he could not stand it. Han Xiao continued to add all his points into intelligence. After looking at his attributes twice, Han Xiaoxin was satisfied. He closed the interface and ate 2 highly concentrated nutrition bars to celebrate. He then took a private spaceship and came to one of the satellites in the headquarters alone. He found an empty large open-air training ground, opened the secondary dimensional army box, and released all the mechanical lives. After many years of accumulation, Han Xiao now had more than 100,000 mechanical lives under his command. More than 10 apostle weapons were the leaders, and they lined up in front of Han Xiao. In the huge square, there were all kinds of mechanical lives. They stopped playing and looked at Han Xiao. Those with legs knelt on one knee, and those without legs lowered their heads to show respect. It was a grand scene. "Lord, get up." Han Xiao raised his hand, looked at Psionic Prime, and said with a deep voice, "The time has come. The mechanical civilization plan I mentioned can be implemented now. I will not disappoint the Lord." Psionic Prime's mechanical facial features showed a determined expression. Han Xiao raised his finger, and a virtual screen appeared in the sky, showing the star map of the Garu star cluster. The image was quickly enlarged and locked onto a planet in one of the star systems. It was located in his territory. "This planet will be your new home in the future. It has rich ores and metal resources. Psionic Prime, you can stay there with all the mechanical lives to develop. I will have the army provide you with resources. I only have one request for you, and that is to expand as much as possible and increase your population." Because he wanted to develop his mechanical civilization, Han Xiao released all the mechanical lives. They did not need to stay in the secondary dimensional army box for the time being. After being modified by Tinder Awakening, the mechanical lives were no longer inanimate objects. Their bodies were filled with silicon-based nerve fibers, and they had independent thoughts. At the same time, they also had the ability to reproduce. The reproduction method of the mechanical lives was not clanking but asexual reproduction. 2 or more mechanical lives would extract their own Tinder genetic code and pass it on to the assembly line or carefully assembled mechanical lives to incubate newborns. After a long period of energy supply, the Tinder of the newborns would be strengthened and they would grow into complete mechanical lives. The mechanical lives created through this method of reproduction would share the life energy of the first-generation mechanical lives. The purity and basic attributes of the bloodline would naturally be far inferior to the first-generation mechanical lives. The first-generation mechanical lives that completed reproduction would also enter a period of weakness due to the huge consumption of their source energy. However, the advantage was that they could mass-produce newborns, and Han Xiao did not need to spend a lot of effort to convert them. The production efficiency would increase by millions of times. Even the weakest mechanical life would have a much higher growth rate than mechanical soldiers. This was also the original intention of developing the mechanical civilization, to form a large-scale arsenal. Manison had the mechanical civilization that had been developed for many years as an army camp, and there would be an endless supply of soldiers. With these 100,000 mechanical lives, as long as they develop for a few years, I will be able to have a new mechanical life army. Han Xiao thought to himself. All the mechanical lives looked up at the virtual screen. Looking at the 3D projection of this planet, there was a commotion. I will not disappoint you. Psionic Prime retracted his gaze and simulated a solemn tone. Recommend another person with outstanding abilities. I will give him the slot to create an apostle weapon. Han Xiao smiled. The 2 new talents gave him a +3 bonus to his mechanical skills, which meant that he had 3 more slots for apostle life creation. He could create new apostle weapons. Letting Psionic Prime choose one of them was to help him solidify his position as the leader. Han Xiao would not keep an eye on the development of the mechanical civilization, so he needed Psionic Prime to manage it for him. The stronger his position as the spokesperson, the smoother the development of the mechanical civilization would be. Hearing that, Psionic Prime raised his spear and pointed behind him. Heaven-suppressing banner, come out. Han Xiao looked in the direction the spear was pointing at and saw a huge mechanical life covered in heavy armor walk out from the crowd. It seemed to be wearing battle armor, and there were all kinds of weapons on its body. It had 6 arms, 1 on its shoulders, 1 on its back, and 1 on its waist. There was a huge alloy shield on its back that looked like a huge black flag. He's the bravest warrior in our race who's best at fighting. He defeated hundreds of our people and took all kinds of weapons. At the same time, he also knows how to lead an army. He's very outstanding. Your Excellency, please grant him the right to become an apostle, Psionic Prime said. Han Xiao sized up the heaven-suppressing banner. The various mechanical equipment on this fellow were the spoils of war that he obtained from defeating his opponents. These mechanical lives all had very high growth rates. With the blessing of machinery fusion grant, they were able to modify their own hardware structure. Many of the functions of these mechanical lives were no longer limited to the mechanical models before they were awakened. You have the right to become my apostle. Use this power well. Han Xiao raised his hand, and a bright golden mechanical force appeared on his palm like a thundercloud. With a flip of his hand, this mechanical force shot into the heaven-suppressing banner's body, modifying it and creating a new apostle. Han Xiao did not look at the transformation process of the heaven-suppressing banner and turned to Psionic Prime. I'll leave the command of the mechanical lives to you for the time being. Help me do something first. Planet Black Spirit. After being modified by the evolution cube a few years ago, the current Black Spirit race was even more intelligent and agile. They had gained visual senses and gradually got used to living on the ground, no longer living in their nests. Under the highly efficient command of the mental network, they built stone cities one after another. The largest stone city belonged to the Germinal tribe. In the middle of the city was a tall stone statue that was the sculpture of Black Star. At this moment, a metal cylinder was placed at the top of the statue. It was the evolutionary totem. An endless stream of evolution energy radiated out. To species with room for evolution, the totem was extremely effective. The evolution process of the Black Spirit race was condensed hundreds of times. The current appearance of the Black Spirit race was different from a few years ago. The proportion of their shells to their bodies had shrunk again, and the characteristics of insects and beasts had decreased greatly. Furthermore, a portion of the Black Spirit race gradually stopped crawling and stood upright. Although their backs were still very hunched, they already had the embryonic form of an upright creature. Their forelimbs gradually played the role of palms, and they began to learn how to use tools. Until now, Han Xiao had not advanced the civilization of the Black Spirit race. He was more focused on improving the quality of the Black Spirit race. The way he saw it, as long as the race itself was perfected, it would be much easier to help the Black Spirit race develop. The racial characteristic of the Black Spirit race was the mental communication network, which increased the efficiency of communication and the spread of knowledge. The racial potential leaned toward the mind, and the totem subtly increased the mental power of the entire race. The reproductive ability of the Black Spirit race was also very strong. After more than a decade of reproduction, they had already given birth to a few generations of newborns, and their population had increased by a lot. At this moment, in the center of the Germinal tribe, a large group of young Black Spirit race members were playing around an adult. This adult was the leader of the Germinal tribe. The current leader of the Germinal tribe was wearing a crude animal skin robe and holding a simple scepter made of prophecy stone in his hand. This was completely different from the other members of the Black Spirit race. Most of them did not wear clothes. After being modified by the evolution cube a few years ago, the Black Spirit race had given birth to a very small number of mutants that could build a mental communication network on their own and replace the prophecy stone as the server. Thus, these mutants had obtained very high status in the race and were respectfully called sages. The leader of the Germinal tribe was the strongest mutant among them, and his mental network could accommodate the most individuals. At the same time, he was the spokesperson of the Black Star God, so he was called the Great Sage by his people. Great Sage, why do we have to worship the Black Star God? A group of young Black Spirit race members surrounded the leader of the Germinal tribe and chattered in the mental network. The leader of the Germinal tribe tapped his scepter on the ground, and with a serious expression, he fervently built up faith for his descendants. Black Star God brought us the gospel of evolution, the fire of our civilization. He is an omnipotent existence. I don't believe it. I feel that the Great Sage is more powerful than the Black Star God. A group of young Black Spirit race members laughed. Humph, you know nothing about power. The leader of the Germinal tribe used his scepter to point at a battleship floating in the sky. Do you see that? That thing is called a spaceship. It is the one that brought us here from our distant homeland. If we relied on ourselves, we would not be able to return even after 10 million years. However, the spaceships owned by the Black Star God can fill the entire sky and tear apart the solid ground in an instant. That is the true power of a god. Homeland. Isn't this our homeland? Sigh, our homeland has long been taken away. If not for the Black Star God bringing us away, perhaps we would have already. The leader of the Germinal tribe sighed and shook his head. At this time, hundreds of small black dots appeared in the blue sky. They were all spaceships, and they slowly stopped above the Germinal tribe. Instantly, it caused a commotion among the Black Spirit race. Many of them gathered in the square and looked up at the descending spaceships. The cabin door opened, and Psionic Prime flew out and landed in front of the leader of the Germinal tribe. The surrounding Black Spirit race members dispersed, but they were not nervous. In their eyes, these metal creatures were the servants of the Black Star God. I am the chief apostle of the Lord. The Black Star God ordered me to bring you away from this planet. The leader of the Germinal tribe stood up and spoke with his voice that had yet to fully evolve. Where is the Black Star God bringing us? A new homeland. With the investment of a large number of financial groups, the Black Star Corps had sufficient funds to purchase large amounts of construction equipment and prepare for the construction of the army. The process was very smooth, and there were no setbacks. After preparing for almost a month, under the attention of the entire universe, the construction team of the army finally set off, bringing manpower and resources to the construction site in the flickering world. Lagi, Reynold, Sylvia, and Hurlus were in charge of the construction work. Han Xiao was only responsible for remote supervision because he had to hide in the dynasty for a while. He had already left behind the blueprint of the construction site, so there was no need for him to be there personally. On the day the construction team of the Black Star Corps set off, Han Xiao arrived at the Stargate to the Central Galaxy. Only Aurora and a group of Black Star Guards accompanied him. On one hand, this trip was to hide for a while. On the other hand, Han Xiao also planned to visit the various beyond Grade A allies of the dynasty. After all, he would have to deal with them for many years to come, so it was a good opportunity to get closer to them. At the same time, he was also prepared to meet all the famous people of the dynasty in the future. After the version update, the middle-level authority of the dynasty would undergo a new iteration. He still had a long way to go before working with the dynasty, so he had to look further. For the sake of the future, he had to build a good relationship with the powerful people in the future and make a long-term plan for the future. Glancing at Fu Ding and the others, Han Xiao turned to look at Aurora in the pilot's seat and nodded. "Let's go." Hearing that, Aurora swiped her finger on the control screen, and the spaceship slowly entered the Stargate. At the same time, Ames and Hella's spaceship also arrived at the Stargate at the edge of the shattered star ring. Looking back in the direction of the shattered star ring, Hella had complicated feelings. She had a feeling that she would not be able to return for a long time. Beyond Grade A, at this moment, a slender hand pressed on her shoulder. Hella looked up and saw Ames smiling at her. "Let's go." "Phew, got it." Hella put away her thoughts, pushed the control stick, and the spaceship disappeared into the Stargate vortex. Chapter 929. Flickering World, Purple River Star System. This was one of the 7 territories of the Black Star Core. It was located at the edge of the Garu star cluster and was one of the important gateways to enter the star cluster. At this time, a huge Black Star Core fleet slowly sailed out of the Stargate of the Purple River Star System. This was the construction team led by Hurlus himself. Beside this Stargate station, a large number of Black Star Core spaceships were waiting for Hurlus' arrival. The two teams merged. This was the first exploration fleet. After the exploration was completed, tens of millions of exploration fleets gathered in the 7 territories to serve as construction workers and wait for orders from the upper echelons. In the conference room of the main ship, Hurlus was having a meeting with the remote projections of Sylvia, Lagi, and the other senior officers to discuss the construction plan. Purple River, Long Day, Ponzale, Orlando, Fenrir, Sigma, and Edney, these 7 star systems belong to the Black Star Core. We will first complete the infrastructure construction, then carefully carve and slowly transform the star system, Hurlus said with a serious expression. Although he liked to slack off, he was still very serious about the missions given to him by Han Xiao. Sylvia nodded. First, build the Stargate transportation network of the 7 star systems and link them together to make it convenient for fleets to travel. During the exploration period, the transportation network has already taken shape. This will be very convenient. Next, we will install the Army's own security devices and space monitoring devices, as well as large-scale quantum network base stations, making the 7 star systems the territory of the Army's artificial intelligence. When the Black Star Army took over the 7 star systems, they would need to build their own infrastructure and forge them into an iron plate. According to the blueprints left by the Army commander, we need to focus on the 2 gateway star systems, Purple River and Ponzale. We need to firmly control the stargates of the main transportation routes. These stargates were originally guarded by the dynasty's army, but they are now under our control. We need to leave some guards behind. In terms of planet transformation, we will focus on the army's base and the resource excavation base first. Those galactic cities and transit stations will only be put to use after the starfield opens up. The construction can be delayed. The Army commander's blueprint says that the Sigma star system at the center of the star cluster will be the logistical headquarters of the Army in the flickering world. That place also needs to be heavily modified to build a large number of barracks, military factories, and spaceports. The 7 star systems covered a large area, and the construction work was very arduous. Han Xiao had given them the blueprint, and the specific operation plan needed to be formulated by Hurlus, Sylvia, and the other people in charge. While everyone was discussing, Lagi carried out his usual style of not caring about anything at all and acted as a mascot. Soon, they came up with a plan. Under Hurlus' command, the construction team started to work in an orderly manner. They built the Stargate channel and set up various devices. The facilities left behind during the exploration period could be used again, saving a lot of resources. At the same time, Bloodshed Land, Klent, and the other dynasty allies also started to build their own territories. The entire flickering world entered a state of construction. Developing a new starfield was a long-term project, and it would take many years to transform it into the prosperous appearance of the explored universe. The 7 star systems were all rich areas and important areas in his previous life. Han Xiao estimated that it would take decades to complete the blueprint according to his memory. The next phase of the Red Empire's exploration plan would not be so long apart. The second phase of the exploration would probably begin when the first 2 star systems were completed. While the construction team was in full swing, the mechanical life and the Black Spirit race also arrived at the new home planet that Han Xiao had designated. The Sigma star system was the central area of the Garu star cluster. It was rich in resources and connected to the other 2 territories, Edney and Orlando. Planet Apostle was a resource planet in this star system named by Han Xiao. It was gray in color and had rich mineral veins and metal resources. Although it was not a habitable planet in the conventional sense, it was suitable for mechanical life to live in. Dozens of spaceships slowly landed on a gray wasteland. Psionic Prime led the 100,000 mechanical lives out of the spaceship and looked around. The wasteland extended to the end of the horizon. There was no greenery in sight, only endless gray rocks and flying sand. This will be our home from now on. Psionic Prime tapped his spear and ordered everyone to build the city immediately. If it were a normal creature, they would most likely feel the hardships of building a civilization from scratch on such a desolate planet. However, such emotions did not exist for mechanical life. Their mentality was more similar to that of the colonists. With the construction equipment provided by the Black Star Corps and their own talents, the mechanical life built the city very quickly. Looking down from the sky, a metal region appeared on the surface and gradually spread out. A mechanical city rose from the ground. The first thing that was built was a large number of weapon factories. With sufficient raw materials, mechanical life forms were assembled one after another. A portion of the mechanical life forms consumed their own life energy to synthesize their own Tinder genetic code and hatch the second generation of mechanical life forms. Mass production was the strength of the mechanical life forms. At the same time, the mechanical life forms detected the distribution of the underground mines and used their construction equipment to build excavation wells. They dug out rocks and sent materials into the warehouse continuously. Without enemies, the construction efficiency of the mechanical life forms was terrifyingly high. Under the actions of Psionic Prime and the other mechanical life forms, Planet Apostle was rapidly transforming. On the other side, the Black Spirit race had also arrived at their new home, the new planet Black Spirit in the Edney star system. This planet was different from the desolate Planet Apostle. It was a habitable planet with vast vegetation and lush forests. There were also many gentle native beasts. The migration fleet landed on a fertile plain. The Black Spirit race swarmed out of their spaceships and looked around curiously with their evolved green eyes. Is this our new home? It seems even more beautiful. A spaceship shot out a tractor beam and placed the statue of Black Star on the plain. They could not move the Black Spirit race's city, but they could still move a landmark. To the Black Spirit race, the statue of Black Star was a landmark. It was similar to a cultural wonder. They could abandon the city, but they could not abandon the statue. Han Xiao needed the Black Spirit race to develop in the next few decades, so he could only interfere with the progress of the Black Spirit race's civilization. These spaceships that transported the Black Spirit race had many pieces of equipment and would not leave. Instead, they would stay behind to help the Black Spirit race build their home. Under the gaze of the Black Spirit race, an army member handed a communicator to the Germinal tribe leader. This contains the knowledge that God Black Star has given you. You can learn it and use it to transform your race. The Germinal tribe leader carefully opened the communicator, and a list popped up on the screen. It was all technological information. This was a technology tree that Han Xiao had tailored according to the racial characteristics of the Black Spirit race. It had everything from basic to high-end subjects. An entire system of technology tree could ensure that the Black Spirit race's development would not go astray. With the efficient communication through the mental network, all the Black Spirit race members quickly learned about this matter and worshipped the statue of Black Star. Thank you, God Black Star, for your gift. The Germinal tribe leader was extremely excited. This emotion spread to all his people, and their faith became even more fervent. The sacred knowledge that God Blackstar had given to them was of historical significance to the entire race. This scene would forever be engraved in the inherited memories of the Black Spirit race. Although mechanical life and the Black Spirit race existed in different forms, they had some similar characteristics. For example, both of them had the ability to think like a hive. One was a mental network, while the other was a quantum network. They could highly condense the productivity of the race. Races with this characteristic all had unparalleled development potential. To a certain extent, the Black Spirit race was similar to the Zerg race. As long as they were on the right track, they would be able to enter the fast lane of civilization development. The mechanical life was even more impressive. They had extremely high technological standards from the start and only lacked land and population. Han Xiao had high hopes for both of them. He had purposely placed them in different star systems in hopes of giving them sufficient space to develop. Speaking of which, when both of them developed, they could be treated as natural disasters. If the fourth natural disaster, which was the players, of the 4 natural disasters, he occupied 3 of them. In the past month, countless people had been paying attention to the construction of the flickering world by the Red Empire and its allies. This was the most eye-catching event in the entire universe. Other than that, all other news was overshadowed. Like the other allies, the Black Star Corps had also placed their focus on the flickering world. They had invested a lot of manpower and resources, and they were in full swing. Taking advantage of the time when the Black Star Corps was occupied by the flickering world, the Limitless Financial Group had finally made a move on the interests of the Black Star Corps in the Shattered Star Ring. Hey, this chapter says that it's finally recovered. Coach, I want to copy the book reviews. Asterisk oh asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 930. The Colin Corporation was a local enterprise in the Shattered Star Ring. It made a living from resource mining, logistics, material processing, and more than a dozen other businesses. It was quite famous. Although it was not at the level of a large financial group, it was still a galactic-level enterprise listed in the local star field. It had cooperative relationships with many star system civilizations and many planetary civilizations, and its annual turnover was very impressive. At the same time, this corporation was also a partner of the Black Star Corps, providing business channels for the army. These commercial organizations cooperated with the Black Star Corps partly for the Evolution Cube and partly because of the influence of the Black Star Corps in the local area. Being a partner of the Black Star Corps would bring a lot of convenience to their businesses. For example, many local civilizations were partners of the army. Both sides had the same background, and they were more like friends on the same boat. Thus, they would more or less take care of each other. The commercial organizations that did not cooperate with the army were at a disadvantage, and it was getting harder and harder to get orders. In the long run, the concept of interests was born. Many commercial organizations were unwilling to fall behind and would also cooperate with the army. This was the embryonic form of the interest network that the Black Star Corps had been operating in the Shattered Star Ring for many years. The Colin Corporation was one of the first enterprises to cooperate with the Black Star Corps. Its performance had been booming over the years, and its prospects were bright. However, at this moment, in the conference room of the Colin Corporation headquarters, all the executives and shareholders were gathered. Most of them had frowns on their faces, and the atmosphere was heavy. The current leader of the corporation, Colin Dulles, sat at the head of the table. His expression was very ugly, and his tone was filled with suppressed anger. The Hebrew civilization and Sadro civilization have terminated their cooperation with us. Not only did they take back the planet mining rights we bought, but they also cancelled the long-term orders for the supply of materials. I was negotiating with the Vissa civilization before. If we could get the order from them, the corporation would be able to obtain a new business area. The negotiations were coming to an end, but the Vissa civilization suddenly overturned the previous terms and cooperated with others. We are now in a very bad situation. One of the executives sighed. That's right. Many of the heads of the civilization departments who had a good relationship with us have now cut off contact. This is not a normal situation. There must be a competitor behind this. Humph, I know who it is. Colin snorted and said angrily, "Some time ago, the Limitless Financial Group contacted me and said that they wanted to buy the Colin Corporation, but I rejected them. The recent movements of the corporation were all caused by them." What? Is that really the case? Why didn't I know that the Limitless Financial Group contacted us? Quite a few people were shocked. Only now did they know about this situation. There were also some higher-ups who remained silent and watched coldly from the sidelines. It was clear that they already knew about this. I've asked around. The Limitless Financial Group has been acquiring companies in the Shattered Star Ring, and those that did not agree were more or less suppressed. I heard that because of the development of the flickering world, the Limitless Financial Group has decided to enter the Shattered Star Ring on a large scale. They are preparing to invest and build factories in the Hebrew civilization and the Sedlo civilization on a large scale. They must have reached some kind of deal behind the scenes to make the two of them terminate their cooperation with us. The opponent who intercepted the Visa Race's order is a company that the Limitless Financial Group acquired during this period. This time, the second largest shareholder of the corporation who did not get along with Colin sneered. Not only that, there are also a few important companies that have stopped doing business with us. Several civilizations have also stopped approving our loans. Dozens of middle-level backbones have been poached and resigned, leaving a gap in positions. Now, there are problems with the operation of the corporation. Until now, our business has shrunk by more than 30%, and the stock price of the corporation has plummeted. I've already said that we should not have rejected the Limitless Financial Group. That is one of the largest financial groups in the universe. Hearing this, Colin's face turned green. He also knew that the influence, financial power, and brand of the Limitless Financial Group were not something that they could compare to. If they could cooperate with the Limitless Financial Group, some partners would not hesitate to abandon them as a local company because the Limitless Financial Group could bring them greater benefits. The more Colin thought about it, the angrier he got. He slammed the table, and the black protruding bone in his hand left a shallow dent on the table. Don't even think about it. The Colin Corporation is my life's work. I will not agree to the acquisition request of the Limitless Financial Group. Then, how are you going to solve the current problem? If you don't have a solution, the corporation will go bankrupt sooner or later. Everyone here is a shareholder. If you want to lose the entire corporation in a fit of anger, you have to ask us first, the second shareholder said with a mocking expression. Colin frowned and was silent for a while before shaking his head. I don't have a solution for now. The second shareholder stood up, took out a document, and slammed it on the table. He sneered. Since you don't have a solution, then sign this share acquisition agreement. Colin's expression changed, and he stared at the second shareholder. The Limitless Financial Group has already bribed you. Bribed? I'm just thinking about the future of the corporation. The second shareholder sneered. He then looked around at the shocked or calm upper echelons and gave them a look. Another major shareholder understood and also stood up to persuade. Colin, just accept the Limitless Financial Group. It's very difficult for us to compete with a cosmic financial group. Furthermore, their acquisition price is also very good. Maybe after joining the Limitless Financial Group, our business can develop further with their support. This was like a signal, and many upper echelons began to persuade him. You guys. Colin's eyes widened in shock. How could he not know that these upper echelons who were speaking had basically all been bribed by the Limitless Financial Group? The shares of these people added up were enough to kick him out. Unknowingly, the decision-making level had already been infiltrated to this extent. The remaining upper echelons who were still wavering were also tempted and looked at Colin with hopeful eyes. Colin's expression was uncertain, and he gritted his teeth. If I don't agree, are you guys planning to make me a mere figurehead? That depends on whether your decision is rational or not. If your decision will lead the corporation to the abyss, then we have no choice but to save ourselves, the second shareholder said indifferently. Colin stared at the acquisition agreement on the table and gritted his teeth. He pondered for a long time and did not say a word. He grabbed the agreement and read it carefully. Finally, with a gloomy face, he silently signed the agreement. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a round of applause sounded. The door opened, and a person walked in while clapping with a confident smile on his face. A wise choice. Colin frowned and looked over. Before he could ask, the second shareholder took the lead to introduce him. This is the upper echelon of the Limitless Financial Group, Mr. Maddock. Oh, so you're the one who bribed me, Colin said with a mocking tone. Heh, there's no need to be so hostile toward me. In the future, the Colin Corporation will be a subsidiary of the financial group, and we'll all be colleagues. Maddock smiled and waved his hand. I'm here to tell everyone that the original decision-making level structure will not change on a large scale. You guys will still be the core of the upper echelons of the corporation. Everyone had different expressions, and no one spoke. Some were glad, while others were not. Maddock glanced at them and said indifferently, however, the direction of the business needs to be adjusted. I need everyone to immediately terminate the cooperation with the Black Star Corp. Why? Colin did not understand. What did the acquisition have to do with the Black Star Corp? Why did they have to abandon such a good partner? Our Limitless Financial Group has already signed a cooperation agreement with Bloodshed Land. Bloodshed Land is prepared to imitate the Black Star Corp and create their own interests. Therefore, they need many organizations to join them. Every company that we acquire will have to join Bloodshed Land and provide them with their own channels to expand their business. Maddock smiled indifferently. Colin frowned. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a hint of uncertainty flashed through his eyes. He had also participated in the Black Star Party some time ago and met Sorokin. However, Sorokin had invested in Bloodshed Land to deal with the Black Star Corp. As a local of the Shattered Star Ring, a bold guess appeared in Colin's mind. No, the Limitless Financial Group doesn't just want to enter the Shattered Star Ring. On the surface, they're acquiring companies like us, but their real target might be the Black Star Corp. We might just be chess pieces dragged into the storm. The Colin Corporation was just one example. During this period, many local companies in the Shattered Star Ring were acquired or controlled. Some of them were directly convinced by the power of money and were happy to join the Limitless Financial Group. The upper echelons took the money and left happily. As for the companies that did not agree, the Limitless Financial Group had many methods to deal with them. For example, they could divide the upper echelons based on the conflict between the decision-makers, integrate the small shareholders to get rid of the large shareholders, carry out hostile takeovers, or bribe some important key personnel, or indirectly hinder the business of some companies through investment and factory construction, or use the financial group's own high-quality products to directly snatch market share. The Limitless Financial Group's production technology and product quality were higher, and they had their own brand effect in the universe. They could also directly use financial operations to deal with listed companies. The Limitless Financial Group was very experienced and had dozens of combinations. After a round of fighting, many companies could not withstand it. Even if they did not compromise, they would be suppressed to the brink of death sooner or later. At that time, they would be at an even greater disadvantage if they were acquired. The Limitless Financial Group had no way of directly shaking a behemoth like the Black Star Army and could only nibble away at it bit by bit. To some of the local small and medium-sized enterprises, this kind of top-notch universal financial group was a giant crocodile that could not be contended with at all. These local companies were rich, but the Limitless Financial Group was especially rich. Under such operations, the Limitless Financial Group, which had been brewing for a few months, acquired many business channels through the acquisition of many local companies. They forcefully entered the Shattered Star Ring market and gained a firm foothold, attracting widespread attention and vigilance. At the same time, the Bloodshed Land and the Limitless Financial Group released an announcement together, publicly announcing the joint development of the two organizations. The Bloodshed Land expressed that they would expand their business and transform their organization, aiming to become a diversified organization. Although it was not explicitly stated, everyone in the Shattered Star Ring knew that the Bloodshed Land was imitating the Black Star Corp. The Limitless Financial Group and the Bloodshed Land are deeply cooperating. In the office of the Chief Administrative Officer, Sylvia looked at the report in her hands with a grave expression. The secretary beside her shook her head and said with a worried tone, "Your Excellency Chief Administrative Officer, the Bloodshed Land is trying to snatch our business. There is already a conflict of interest between the two sides. The organizations acquired by the Limitless Financial Group have already terminated their cooperation with us and joined the Bloodshed Land. They don't want the slots for the Evolution Cube." Sylvia frowned. I'm not sure, but these are all private organizations. Their demand for the Evolution Cube might not be that great. Hearing this, Sylvia nodded. That was indeed the case. Those private organizations were different from civilizations. Even if they needed the slots for the Evolution Cube, they would have bought them out in the past few years. The ones who stayed behind were mainly for the influence of the Union. Now that they had been acquired, they could only act according to the Limitless Financial Group's wishes. Normal business competition was a competition of strength, wealth, and influence. It could not be used in combat. Furthermore, the Bloodshed Land was also a beyond Grade A organization, and they were both allies of the dynasty. The Limitless Financial Group was using them as a shield, which made things difficult. Her teacher was right. The Limitless Financial Group was indeed up to no good. Sylvia snorted inwardly and read the report carefully. Although the Limitless Financial Group was powerful, it was impossible for them to fight against all the enterprises in the entire starfield alone. Not to mention those civilizations, it was impossible for them to give up on the cooperation of the Evolution Cube. The Limitless Financial Group could only start from private organizations, and purchasing them would cost money. The larger organizations were not targeted for the time being. The Limitless Financial Group was a very strong dragon, but no matter how strong it was, its energy was limited. Currently, it had only dealt with a small portion of the enterprises and gained a firm foothold in the starfield. Even if it wanted to acquire more organizations, it would have to do so step by step. Thus, although the Black Star Core had lost some business channels, it was far from a serious injury. Only the peripheral businesses were affected. The core businesses such as the Evolution Cube, the development of the flickering world, and the mining of resource planets were still as stable as ever. However, this trend had to be guarded against. The Limitless Financial Group investing in the Bloodshed Land was a problem. If the Bloodshed Land became strong enough to compete with the Black Star Core, the number of partners in the army would decrease, which would mean that the size of the army would shrink. This would restrict the development of the army and affect the blueprint set by the army commander. Thinking of this, Sylvia's expression became serious, and she took out her communicator. "I have to inform teacher immediately. Remember the mobile version of the website 931 Trouble appears, page 11, bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 931. At the same time, Central Galaxy, in the dynasty's territory. A small unmarked fleet was docked above a huge blue planet. This was one of the famous galactic cities in the Red Empire. The economy was prosperous, and the population was huge. This fleet came from the Black Star Core division in the Constellation Corridor. Because he would be staying in the dynasty's territory for a long time, Han Xiao had mobilized the local army's fleet as soon as he arrived in the Central Galaxy. The main reason was to use the fleet's machinery factory so that he could produce machinery at any time during the journey. The Red Empire knew that Han Xiao had come to the Central Galaxy, so he did not need to report to Planet Crimson Ring. Other than the military's secret areas, he could go anywhere in the dynasty's territory. The upper echelons of the dynasty would not care about his whereabouts. Han Xiao trained his energy training technique while searching for the famous people in the dynasty's territory. He had come to this galactic city to visit one person. The advanced civilizations all placed great importance on the education of their descendants. Many important colonial planets in the dynasty had official academies of the dynasty, and they were basically the best in the universe. They had the best education resources, and the recruitment season of the various academies was a huge event that the entire civilization paid close attention to. Among them, The Super Academy was the school that more than 90% of the galactic residents yearned for. Supers and ordinary people were two different classes to begin with. It was as if they were in two different worlds. Every ordinary person wanted to grasp extraordinary power, and those without talent would transfer this yearning to their descendants. The dynasty's 16th Comprehensive Super Academy was a top-notch academy in the dynasty. It was a famous facility on this planet, and Han Xiao's target was this academy. In his memory, a future beyond grade A of the dynasty had graduated from this academy. According to the information in his previous life, this beyond grade A had been recruited into this academy between Galaxy Calendar year 709 and 712, which was the beginning of the version 3.0 to 4.0 update. Because the fleet did not have any markings, Han Xiao's arrival did not cause a commotion on the planet. He only informed the upper echelons of the academy, and the principal immediately put down all the matters at hand and personally came out to welcome the important person of the dynasty. At this moment, in one of the campuses of the dynasty's 16th Comprehensive Super Academy, Han Xiao and Aurora were walking on a tree-lined path. Their faces were disguised, and others could not see their true identities. The principal followed closely beside them, accompanying them on a tour of the academy. The man-made trees blocked the artificial sun in the sky, and the sunlight that passed through the canopy was cut into pieces of golden shards. There was a sparkling river by the side of the road, and a few young students in the lower grades were jumping around on the water, experimenting with their superpowers with curiosity. Not far away, students of different races were whispering sweet nothings to each other on the meadow. Occasionally, a few students would fly past in the sky, carrying books as they hurried to class. The entire place was filled with the aura of youth. How nice. Looking at this scene, Aurora's eyes revealed traces of yearning and envy. Her childhood was like hell. She had never experienced the growth of a normal person. The life of a normal person is already very far away from me. Han Xiao glanced at it and suddenly felt somewhat disappointed. Looking down, the side of Aurora's face seemed to be reflecting the morning sun. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Because of her Esper ability, her temperament seemed pure and holy. Your Excellency Blackstar, the pugilist class teaching area is right ahead. This time, the principal's voice sounded in his ears. Han Xiao retracted his gaze from Aurora and looked ahead. What entered his eyes was a continuous stretch of tall buildings. There were spherical gravity training spaces that could be seen with the naked eye floating in the air. Many pugilist students were training there. The three of them walked around the teaching area for a while and came to a classroom. A class of new pugilist students were having a cultural class. Han Xiao looked in through the window, and his eyes focused on an inconspicuous universe human race male student in the middle. This ordinary and slightly honest face was very familiar to him. Carrot, the dynasty's direct beyond grade A in the later versions. After Dark Emperor Clotty died in battle, he had taken over his position. His strength had also reached the level of a peak beyond grade A. The memories of his previous life flashed through Han Xiao's mind. Seeing that Han Xiao had stopped, the principal was a little confused. He looked over and stared at Carrot. He hesitated and said, "Your Excellency Blackstar, do you know this new student?" Han Xiao shook his head. "I feel that he has quite a lot of potential." Hearing this, the principal sized Carrot up carefully for a while but still could not see anything special about him. He did not think much of it, but he could not ignore the opinion of a beyond grade A super. He took out his communicator and secretly checked Carrot's file, only to find that this new student had yet to awaken his super gene. His physical fitness test results were also the last of his batch. Most of the new students of the Super Academy were ordinary people. The academy would select the best seedlings and start their education. The deadline was 1.5 years. If they were unable to awaken their superpowers within this period, they would be asked to leave. "I hope to have a chat with him later," Han Xiao said. All right." The principal hesitated for a while before agreeing. Han Xiao randomly came to an empty classroom. After waiting for a while, the bell rang, and the outside became noisy. This time, the classroom door opened, and the principal walked in with Carrot. "Sit." Han Xiao smiled. "Why are you looking for me?" I didn't do anything wrong." Carrot stood there in a daze. His face was uneasy, and his words were a little clumsy. His family was an ordinary person who ran a small business. Because his parents hoped that he would become a super so that his family's business could receive the social benefits unique to supers, they asked him to come to the Super Academy. Carrot had been honest since young and did not have any opinions of his own. Thus, he took the entrance exam and was lucky enough to pass. His family was overjoyed, so he also cherished his spot as a student. As a new student who had never come into contact with the world of supers, Carrot had only seen the principal once during the opening ceremony. Today, however, the principal had specially come to find him. This made Carrot feel uneasy, thinking that he had violated some school rules. "Haha, you didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to see you." Han Xiao laughed. Carrot then heaved a sigh of relief. Staring at Han Xiao's unfamiliar face, he curiously asked, Who are you? I don't know you. Why do you want to see me?" "Oh, I'm Blackstar. You might have heard of my name before. I'm a beyond grade A ally of the Red Empire. I think you have potential. Are you willing to join the Blackstar Corps?" Han Xiao smiled. Although the purpose of this trip was to visit a future famous expert, Carlet's current status was too low, and it did not suit his status to even try to make friends with him. If he could poach someone with potential, Han Xiao would not be stingy. Seeing this, the principal began to doubt his own vision again. It was not polite to poach someone in front of him, but he did not dare do anything. He was more curious about what was so special about Carrot that Blackstar would personally ask. "What's the Blackstar Corps?" Carrot's eyes widened in confusion. He did not pay attention to galactic affairs at all. He only knew the name of the dynasty ruler and did not know anything else. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he gave Aurora a look. Aurora had no choice but to patiently explain. Carrot still did not understand. "So, you're mercenaries? You can think of it that way for now." Han Xiao was helpless. "If you join the army, you'll be able to receive better education and benefits." Before Han Xiao could finish, Carrot shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not going. Dad only wants me to become a super to improve the life of the family. He doesn't allow me to go out and fight. If he finds out, I'll definitely be beaten up." Hearing this, Han Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a new reason for him. There was indeed no lack of people in the universe who only coveted the benefits of being a super. However, with strength, one's mentality would change. He could understand why Carrot would think this way. In Han Xiao's previous life, Carlet had been a hero Gua type of main character. He was honest and somewhat clumsy, and his growth was slow. However, in the end, he took one step at a time and stood at the peak of strength. At his peak, he could even kill ordinary beyond grade as without breaking a sweat. After graduating from the official Super Academy, the military and some government departments would come to recruit them. If they did not choose to further their studies or join the military, they would graduate normally. It was then that Carrot had his own opinions. For the first time, he went against the wishes of his family and chose to join the military. That was how he started his legendary career. The current Carrot was just a naive child in Han Xiao's eyes. Every beyond grade A was unique. If he rashly changed Carrot's experience, he might not be able to grow up like he did in his previous life. After all, people like Carrot did not have Esper ability potential like Hela. Seeing that no one spoke, Carrot scratched his head and asked hesitantly, "If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving?" "All right." Han Xiao put away his thoughts, smiled, and nodded. He decided not to make a move on Carrot for the time being. There was no value in poaching him yet. However, he had also indirectly helped Carrot. With his identity, if he showed that he valued a student, the principal would definitely try to focus on grooming him. He could stay here for a while and interact more, thinking of ways to make Carrot owe him a favor and form a closer relationship. After watching Carrot leave, Han Xiao bade farewell to the principal and returned to the spaceship. As soon as he entered the cabin, Han Xiao's communicator rang. It was a message from Sylvia. Teacher, there's a situation with the Limitless Financial Group. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. Tell me in detail. Sylvia quickly explained the actions of the Limitless Financial Group in the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao frowned, and the scene of him communicating with Sorokin flashed through his mind. Entering the Shattered Star Ring is fake. Their real goal is to deal with me. Teacher, you're saying, Han Xiao pondered. On the surface, the Limitless Financial Group is only doing business, but in reality, they're supporting Bloodshed Land to be our competitor, directly restricting our development. I've been waiting for the pressure from the evolutionary totem. So, this is the form. There must be someone behind the Limitless Financial Group. It's most likely related to Radiance and Ethereal. He had always been sensitive, but the current situation made him feel enlightened. He guessed the ins and outs of the situation. Then, what should we do? There's no way to resolve this. Sylvia's expression was grave. Han Xiao was a little troubled. In terms of business activities, the Limitless Financial Group was an overlord. The core business of the army would not be affected, but this could not stop Sorokin from purchasing the army's partners. Furthermore, this would also lead to a negative effect. In order to not be targeted by the Limitless Financial Group, some of the partners might take the initiative to terminate their partnership and earn less in exchange for their own safety. This was a proper strategy of using one's strength to attack the enemy's weakness. The Limitless Financial Group is a whole. If we want to fight against them, we have to turn the scattered capital into a whole. It's not like we don't have any benefits. External pressure is more convenient for us to unite internally. Maybe we can use this opportunity to turn some of our partners into hardcore supporters. Inform them and try to get them to form an existence similar to the Chamber of Commerce Alliance to help each other and resist the Limitless Financial Group's hostile takeover. That's not a bad idea. Sylvia thought about it and nodded in agreement. Sigh, there's no way to resolve the Limitless Financial Group's strategy. It's just to stop the losses. A cold light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. After some time, I'll get the mechanical shell left in the headquarters to make a trip to the Bloodshed Land and find Heber, to have a good talk. After discussing the countermeasures, Han Xiao hung up the communication, and his expression quickly sank. Sorokin's strategy was to take drastic measures. To do this when the Black Star Corps had the opportunity to develop rapidly in the flickering world, he was deliberately dragging the army down and not allowing himself to develop in peace. The plan to form an alliance of interests had been in progress for a few years, and Sorokin was going to destroy the army's achievements over the past few years. On the surface, it was under the banner of business activities, but it was also using the Bloodshed Land's shell. The dynasty had no right to interfere, so Han Xiao could not use force to solve this. Although Sorokin's strategy could not shake the core of the army, it was extremely sinister and disgusting, and it was killing the army's future. He originally wanted to contact Sorokin to ask, but he gave up on this idea after thinking about it. With Sorokin's cunning personality, he would definitely use normal business activities as an excuse. Since he had already done so, he was not afraid of Han Xiao being dissatisfied. Since Sorokin had such a reaction, Han Xiao could not be bothered to call him. Heber most likely agreed to cooperate with me because he wanted to use this opportunity to develop his organization. He doesn't mind dealing me a blow. When I advance to level 300, I'll go and have a good chat with him. Han Xiao clenched his fists with a gloomy expression. He could not deal with Sorokin, but finding trouble with Heber would not be a problem. Didn't little tyrant want to save face? Didn't you think that this deal was very profitable? Then don't blame me for weakening your prestige. Chapter 932. Shattered Star Ring, Bloodshed Land. This is the situation. In a short period of time, we have obtained a large number of business channels. Conservatively speaking, our revenue this year will more than double. In the palace, Jode read the report excitedly. A tall and burly figure stood by the window. The Milky Way was reflected in Heber's eyes, tainted with deep emotions. He listened to the report silently. Jode continued reading. The Black Star Corps completed the transformation of their organization a few years ago and diversified their business. However, we do not have the evolution cube. Although we have the support of Clent, the transformation of our organization is very slow and has always been limited by the nature of a war mercenary organization. 70 to 80% of our funds have been provided by various armed mercenaries, and the high cost of maintaining the troops has dragged down the flow of funds. Now that we have joined forces with the Limitless Financial Group, they have been of great help in the transformation of our organization. The Black Star Corps and Bloodshed Land were both beyond Grade A organizations in their respective starfields, but they operated in different directions. Under the leadership of Han Xiao, the Black Star Corps had completed the transformation from an armed organization to a diversified organization with the help of the Evolution Cube. They had both military strength and financial resources, while the Bloodshed Land was a model of militarism. They had only one channel to materialize their influence, which had always been a problem for the Bloodshed Land. With the help of the Limitless Financial Group, this problem of Heber's was resolved. As long as they continued to develop according to this trend, the Bloodshed Land would no longer be a group of boorish people who only liked to fight. They would truly be able to compete with the Black Star Corps for the position of the leader of the private organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Heber turned around and said coldly, "Well done." Jode hesitated for a moment and could not help but be curious. "Your Excellency Tyrant, what kind of agreement did you make with the Limitless Financial Group? Why are they helping you so much?" "It's a mutual benefit." Heber glanced at him. "They want to enter the Shattered Star Ring and use our influence to enter the local market. Humph, although their target is the Black Star Corps, we are also a beyond Grade A organization. Joining us will not be a loss for these enterprises." These were just superficial reasons. Heber did not intend to tell his subordinates about the deeper details of the deal. Jode rolled his eyes. Heber did not say it clearly, but he could vaguely guess that the reason was not that simple. The Limitless Financial Group did not look for Black Star but instead looked for them. It was obvious that they were targeting the Black Star Corps. Just thinking about the possibilities behind it made him break out in a cold sweat. Jode didn't dare to continue asking. He still wanted to live until the day he could hold his grandson. Jode wiped his sweat and left the room. Heber was the only one left in the room. He looked out the window again. After a long time, the corner of his mouth curved up. In front of his subordinates, Heber kept a straight face and looked as if his heart was as still as water, but in reality, he was very happy. He did not care whether the Limitless Financial Group would succeed or not, as long as they could take this opportunity to develop. He did not care about the losses suffered by the Black Star Corps. Both sides were allies of the dynasty, but they had always been competitors. He could not wait for the Black Star Corps to suffer more losses. On the other side, Carrot, who had rejected Han Xiao's invitation, returned to the pugilist dormitory absent-mindedly. A few of his roommates immediately surrounded him with curious expressions. "Hey, why did the principal look for you?" Carrot was more honest, and his grades were also at the bottom, so he was quite popular. After class, his roommates saw the principal looking for Carrot and thought that he had done something strange, so they were a little concerned. Carrot scratched his head. "Nothing much, just someone who wants to see me." "Who is that?" "To be able to get the principal to look for you." A handsome roommate had a suspicious expression. He had the best family background in the entire dormitory, but he was far from being in contact with the principal of the Dynasty's Super Academy. Carrot's family background was very ordinary, which made him feel very surprised. "He said his name is Black Star, and he wants me to join the Black Star Corps." Carrot was helpless. As soon as he said that, his roommates opened their eyes wide in disbelief. "That legendary Black Star? You must be kidding. Why would he look for you?" Seeing his roommates' expressions as if they had seen a ghost, Carrot was a little surprised. "You all know him? Oh my God, don't tell me you don't know who Black Star is." One of his roommates' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. I've never heard of him before." Carrot was a little embarrassed. "Is he really a big shot?" "He's not just a big shot. He's a beyond Grade A super, the pinnacle of individual strength." He's an existence that can joke around with the dynasty's ruler. One of them excitedly recounted the history of Han Xiao's rise. This was a true fan. The few of them surrounded Carrot and questioned him. Carrot then told them everything. His ability to express himself was clumsy, and it took him quite a while before everyone understood that Black Star had nothing to do with his family. Black Star was only interested in his potential. The handsome roommate didn't feel good about it. Why did such an opportunity fall into the hands of such a bottom feeder instead of him? This time, another roommate suddenly realized something. Did you accept Black Star's invitation? Facing everyone's gazes, Carrot felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't agree. You actually rejected the opportunity to join the Black Star Corps? The few of them opened their mouths wide. They were all speechless. Are you stupid? This is a chance to change your fate. Ordinary people like us don't even have the qualifications to join the Black Star Corps. You actually. Hearing everyone's words, Carrot was a little confused and doubted his own choice. Did I really do something wrong? I'd better ask my family. With a conflicted expression, Carrot took out his communicator and ran to the side to contact his family. That handsome roommate looked at Carrot's back view with resentment and jealousy in his eyes. Why is it him? Why is it him? He received such an opportunity to change his fate, but he did not know how to cherish it. He's simply too stupid. Why would that legendary character choose someone like him? He used to like Carrot quite a bit and was willing to take care of him. However, now, he only felt disgust for Carrot. The next day, Han Xiao temporarily put aside the worries of the limitless financial group and continued to observe Carrot in the school. He discovered an interesting situation. After a day of fermenting, what happened yesterday had already spread throughout Carrot's class. The other freshmen's attitude toward Carrot had changed. Some took the initiative to curry favor with him, some faintly ostracized him, and some looked on coldly. Because of my actions yesterday, his entire life as a student has been rewritten by me. He can no longer be a nobody like he was in my previous life. Han Xiao shook his head. He had a better understanding of his status as a big shot. Carrot's accumulation period was very long. Being involved in this storm early on had an unknown effect on his growth. It could be good or bad. However, for now, it was helping him. Those who could become beyond grade A supers had a tenacity that would not easily admit defeat. They would only face difficulties head-on, and difficulties would only stimulate their potential. Carrot did not know that such a trait was hidden in his body. Perhaps the intense competition in the school would allow Carrot to transform faster. Since that's the case, why don't I add fuel to the fire? Han Xiao scratched his chin. After waiting for a while, the bell finally rang, and the students in the classroom filed out. Han Xiao did not hide and called out to them in public. Carrot. Hearing someone call his name, Carrot stopped in his tracks and turned around. Seeing that Han Xiao's clothes were the same as yesterday, he recognized Han Xiao's identity and could not help but be shocked. He stammered, "Black Star, it's you again." His voice was not loud, but as if it had a magical power, all the students around him stopped what they were doing. Countless pairs of passionate and excited eyes focused on Han Xiao as they excitedly whispered to each other. "You seem very nervous." Han Xiao glanced around and ignored the crowd. He smiled at Carrot. Although the virtual camouflage prevented others from seeing his true appearance, he could still show his expression. "Dad told me to thank you, but he doesn't want me to have too much contact with you." Carrot's expression was uneasy. Han Xiao did not mind. With a wave of his finger, the communicator in Carrot's bag flew into his hand. After casually operating it a few times, he handed it back to Carrot. "It's okay. I'll leave my number with you. If one day you change your mind, you can contact me at any time." Carrot was flattered, and then his face became unconfident. I really don't understand. Why do you value me so much? I'm just passionate about nurturing more talents." Han Xiao reached out and patted Carrot's head, taking advantage of him. Looking at the confused Carrot and noticing the changes in the eyes of the surrounding students, he could not help but reveal a meaningful smile on his face. Helping you strengthen the template of a main character, there's no need to thank me. After taking a deep look at Carrot, Han Xiao's figure disappeared without a trace before everyone's eyes. The next moment, Han Xiao's figure appeared on the spaceship outside the atmosphere. He did not continue to stay on this planet and had the fleet set sail to leave. In the following days, Han Xiao had been active within the dynasty. The upper echelons of the dynasty noticed that Han Xiao seemed to have been visiting different people. Some were middle and low-level members of the dynasty, while others were ordinary people. The upper echelons of the dynasty understood Han Xiao's plan. Not only did the dynasty's future rely on Blackstar, but Blackstar was also planning for the future, considering investing in talents and considering the right to speak in the future. However, what surprised the upper echelons of the dynasty was that Han Xiao did not choose the current upper echelons of the dynasty but some strange people. What was the reason for this? The dynasty had investigated everyone that Han Xiao had visited. Some of them did indeed have extraordinary potential, but most of the targets did not seem to have anything special about them. The upper echelons of the dynasty were very confused. They also could not figure out what theory Blackstar was using to choose his investment targets. It seemed too random. On Han Xiao's side, he visited many future famous NPCs one after another, giving him a strange sense of déjà vu. He felt like he was playing a game called Dream in the Galaxy. Most of them refused to join the Blackstar Corps like Carrot, but some with potential accepted Han Xiao's invitation and ruthlessly poached people from the dynasty. Of course, the people that Han Xiao poached did not include the dynasty officials who would be in power in the future. On the Shattered Star Ring's side, Sylvia followed Han Xiao's instructions and took measures to contact the cooperation organizations of many armies. Using the pressure brought by the Limitless Financial Group, she urged these organizations to form an alliance to resist the acquisition plan of the Limitless Financial Group. This method was somewhat effective, and a portion of the army partners decided to accept the suggestion and formed a loose alliance, increasing the difficulty of the acquisition plan of the Limitless Financial Group. However, this did not solve the root of the problem. At most, it would turn the situation into a tug-of-war, but there was still the risk of being destroyed one by one. After all, the army was not a real financial group, and its capital was not as strong as the Limitless Financial Group. These partners were independent and were not subsidiaries of the army, so this was the limit for the time being. The most important thing was to rely on the partners themselves. The army could only provide some benefits from the cooperation civilizations to curb the Limitless Financial Group's money and indirectly help the companies that cooperated with the army. The only way to solve this problem was to open up the right to sell the evolutionary totem, but this was not something that Han Xiao could decide alone. Since competition was unavoidable, Han Xiao did not dwell on it too much and silently trained his energy. When his energy reached the requirement of the promotion mission, he would find trouble with the tyrant. This would not solve the problem, but it would hurt each other. The only one he could use force against was Heba, and it would be useless for him to propose a spar to Sorokin. The latter was only the leader of a financial group and was doing business under normal rules. If he used force to deal with him, it would only make the universe citizens feel that the Blackstar Corps was too overbearing. Furthermore, Sorokin did not need prestige at all. Han Xiao could imagine 108 ways in which Sorokin would admit defeat. However, Heba was different. They were both allies of the dynasty, but he was helping the enemy drag Han Xiao down. Han Xiao had no qualms about beating him up. This guy cared about his face, and deterrence was very important to him. It was impossible for him to admit defeat and avoid the spar. Heba would definitely fight with Han Xiao no matter what. This was a good opportunity for him to take revenge for bullying Han Xiao when he had just become a Beyond Grade A. As the owner of the Evolution Cube, Han Xiao's every move was related to the nerves of the various organizations. His aimless travel within the dynasty also attracted the attention of the various parties. Everyone knew that he was avoiding the limelight, so no one wanted to disturb him. However, there were some who had different thoughts. Within the Red Empire, Radbudo. This was a colonial planet of a star system-level vassal civilization. Due to the behind-the-scenes interference of the universal civilizations, All the vassal civilizations in the central galaxy mostly adopted a loose and backward political system. This civilization was the same. The colonial planet was governed by local lords. Unless there was an emergency, the lords would not be appointed by the central government but elected by the local governments. They were half independent from the central government and were equivalent to the feudal officials of an independent duchy. Such a backward political system was not conducive to the unification of the civilization's power, and this was the reason for its appearance. The position of the Lord of Radbudo had always been controlled by a few noble families, who took turns to become the lord of the planet. Although there was an election, according to the ancient agreement, this was only for show. The families who were actually in power had already discussed this behind the scenes. This year was the election year of Radbudo, but unlike previous years, a young entrepreneur who was born there had returned to participate in the election. His name was Interpais. Originally, an outsider like him would be suppressed by a few families and could only be a bystander in the election. However, in this election, the citizens of Radbudo seemed to be tired of the political game of a few families taking turns to be in power. They desperately wanted a new face, so they all voted for an outsider. Interpais had the highest voice. Firstly, he was a local, and secondly, he was a rather famous entrepreneur in the civilization. According to the trend of the votes, he was currently the candidate with the highest chance of being elected as the local lord. We hope that you can withdraw from the election. In the penthouse suite of the world's tallest building, the messengers of a few families placed a communicator with a transfer interface on the table, facing Interpais, who was sitting on the sofa opposite them. What is the meaning of this? Interpais frowned. Name a price. I don't lack money. Are you really going to block our way? Interpais said with a deep voice, I'm only following the rules of the game. This is the purpose of the election. The messengers of several families looked at each other, put away the communicator, and stood up to leave. One of them glanced coldly at Interpais and said calmly, You've made the wrong choice. After these messengers left the suite, Interpais let out a long sigh of relief. His back was already covered in cold sweat. He was silent for a while in his seat, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. At this time, a young woman in a secretary uniform and gold-rimmed glasses walked in and stood in front of Interpais. She looked worried. They won't let you go easily. I know. Interpais waved his hand and murmured, if negotiations fail, they will definitely use force. The lightest result is kidnapping me and smearing my name. If it's serious, they won't let me live until the end of the election. I've already hired more interstellar mercenaries as bodyguards. They will definitely protect your safety. Mercenaries, people who can be bought with money, can't be trusted. Brother, if you really can't do it, just give up the election. Life is more important than anything. This female secretary was not an ordinary employee, but a relative of Interpais. No, there are some things that have to be done. Interpais shook his head. The female secretary had a complicated expression, and there was a faint admiration in her eyes. She had always admired Interpais, not only because he was very resourceful, but also because he had courage and emotions that ordinary people did not have. The two of them were silent for a while. Interpais suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. By the way, I heard that the big shot Black Star is traveling in the Empire. The place he appeared last time was not far from Radbudo. Ah, it seems so. Hearing this, Iapetus fell into deep thought for a moment. His eyes narrowed as a bright light flashed in them. I have a bold idea. Maybe we can use Black Star. Chapter 933. In the top cabin of Black Star's spaceship, Dark Energy Collection Room 001. A black metal sphere with a diameter of 10 meters was suspended in the middle of the room. The surface of the sphere was filled with neatly arranged, beehive-like holes. Most of the holes were connected to high-efficiency energy transmission cables that extended to the ground and walls. Clouds of dark energy flowed along the cables to power the energy core and the spaceship's engine. Meanwhile, the holes that were not connected to cables were shining with a dazzling black and red light. The spaceship was equipped with many dark energy collection rooms that were used to collect the dark energy in the universe. This black metal sphere was the dark energy collection and conversion device. Under normal circumstances, the energy core reactor was enough to sustain the spaceship's energy consumption. This collector's function was similar to a solar battery, mainly used as a backup energy source. Occasionally, the energy core would rest while providing extra energy to overload the spaceship. The collection room was filled with dense dark energy. Han Xiao floated in front of the collector. Strands of black and red dark energy surrounded his body like ribbons. All the cells in his body released a suction force, swallowing the dark energy in large mouthfuls. After being converted by the energy training technique, the dark energy was used to strengthen his own energy. Whoosh! After a while, the red light in Han Xiao's eyes slowly dissipated. He spat out a breath of hot air and looked at the notification on the interface. The number of times he could train the universal dark energy extraction technique had increased by 1. In the list of energy training techniques that Han Xiao had purchased, this was the best one. It absorbed dark energy and converted it. It could be trained 240 times at most. The maximum effect of a single training session was plus 10 points of energy. It could provide a maximum of 2,400 points of energy. Since triggering the promotion mission, Han Xiao had been training his energy every day without slacking. Now, his energy limit had increased by a few thousand points. After landing on the ground, Han Xiao raised his finger and controlled the unplugged energy transmission cable to be plugged back into the collector. Then, he turned around and walked out of the room. His mind entered the quantum network, and he grabbed Philip with 2 fingers and raised him to his eyes. Is there anything going on recently? Let me see. A projection of a book appeared in Philip's hand. He pretended to flip through it for a while, and a light bulb with an animated effect appeared above his head. In the past few days, dozens of forces in the Empire have sent invitations, hoping to get to know Master. They're here again. Han Xiao was helpless. The news of Black Star's travels in the Empire was not a secret. Most people knew their place and would not disturb him. However, there were also a small group of people who wanted to climb up his thigh. So far, hundreds of forces within the Empire had invited him as a guest, but all of them were rejected by Han Xiao without exception. If there are no invitations worth paying attention to, then help me reject them all. Han Xiao waved his hand. I've filtered through them. There's an interesting invitation letter in there. I think Master might be interested in it. As he spoke, the contents of the message unfolded before Han Xiao's eyes. To His Excellency Black Star, I'm the founder of the Inter-Pais Consortium, and I've always admired the Black Star Corps. I hope to cooperate with the Black Star Corps and establish a new branch in Radbudo. I happened to hear that you were passing by, so I wanted to invite you to Radbudo for an inspection. Lord of Radbudo, Inter-Pais. Han Xiao read through it and did not quite understand. What's so special about this? It's just a very normal cooperation invitation. Just get the branch to send someone. Why do you have to go there personally? The problem is, I checked his identity when I received the news, and the signature was wrong. He's not the lord of that planet but a candidate with a very high voice. I compared it with the database, and through data analysis, he might be in a difficult situation right now. That's why he sent out the invitation. Han Xiao did not have any impression of Inter-Pais, so he went online to check his background. Inter-Pais' current situation was not a secret to a virtual mechanic. After reading through it, Han Xiao guessed Inter-Pais' thoughts and showed an interested expression. Is he using me? And he's not even trying to hide it. Han Xiao had a playful look in his eyes. The difference in their identities was like heaven and earth. The leader of a small financial group actually wanted to use him, a big shot of the dynasty. At the very least, he was bold enough to do what he wanted. Master, do you want me to reply to him? Philip reached out to grab Han Xiao's virtual soul eyelashes. Han Xiao tilted his head, causing Philip to miss. He thought for a while and chuckled. Agree to him and change the fleet's route to planet Radbudo. Let's see what kind of person has the guts to use me. In the room, Interpais was walking back and forth with a frown. His female secretary sat at the side and dealt with the election documents. From time to time, she would look up at Interpais with concern. Beep beep. At this time, the communicator rang. Interpais' eyes lit up, and he walked to the table with large strides. He immediately picked up the communicator and looked at it. His expression changed instantly. "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing that his expression was not right, the female secretary could not help but ask. "I'm very good." Black Star replied me. "He agreed to my invitation and will come to Radbudo soon." Interpais excitedly slapped the table, overjoyed. He really agreed. The female secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. She was actually not optimistic about Interpais' plan. In her eyes, a big shot like Black Star would not respond to the invitation of a small fry like them. "See for yourself." Interpais casually handed the communicator to the female secretary. This was a bold attempt, and he also knew that the success rate was very low. Even if Black Star could see through his unspoken words, this small amount of benefits would not be enough to move him. However, since Black Star had agreed, it meant that the cooperation was established. With that in mind, Interpais immediately ordered the female secretary, who was still in disbelief. "Make the arrangements immediately. I want to personally welcome Black Star when he arrives." "Understood." The female secretary immediately stood up, but suddenly hesitated. "Those few families have been acting strangely. Should we release the news now and let them?" "No." Iapetus vetoed without hesitation. "This news must not be leaked before Black Star arrives. Otherwise, I'll be in danger. Also, cancel all of our trips during this period. Don't let the enemy get the chance." The representatives of the prominent families in Radbudo gathered together and discussed. A thin, pale man sat on the sofa. The pale man had a long box in his hand. His palm was covering the surface of the box, never leaving it. "I don't know what Interpais is doing. He cancelled all of his trips for the past few days and has been hiding in his heavily guarded home. He doesn't appear in any public places. This way, we won't have the chance to do anything," said a family representative. Another person looked at the pale man. "Do you have a way to kill him?" This pale man was a high-level assassin that these families had been secretly supporting. He was a Grade B firearms master. Hearing the question, the pale man shook his head. "I've been keeping an eye on Interpais' home for the past few days. He hired many bodyguards, including a few Grade B supers. The security is tight. Unless it's in an open area for me to snipe, I won't be able to force my way in. I've already contacted those Grade B bodyguards. They took the money, but they told me that they would at most pretend to be negligent. It's impossible for them to betray their employer. Otherwise, it would affect the mercenaries' credibility. Therefore, we still have to wait until Interpais goes out for an event. If those Grade B bodyguards go easy on him, I have 100% confidence that I can kill him." The pale man smiled coldly. "Okay, be on standby." A representative's face was gloomy. "Radbudo has always been our territory. We can't let outsiders control it." A few days later, Interpais, who had been quiet all this while, finally went out. He boarded a bulletproof flying vehicle and headed to the spaceport on the outskirts of the planet's capital. His purpose was unknown. When the few families received the news, they immediately took action. They arranged for the pale man to follow behind and wait for an opportunity. Very soon, Interpais arrived at the spaceport with a group of people. Under the protection of the bodyguards, they arrived at the spaceship landing ground and waited silently. The pale man followed behind, and under the arrangements of the few families, he quietly went to a storeroom in the command tower. There were no windows in the storeroom, but the firearms master's mark-lock ability allowed him to aim at the target through the wall without any vision. This made his assassination location even more secretive. He opened the box that he carried with him, and inside it were the components of a sniper rifle. In his hands, he quickly assembled the components into a specially modified electromagnetic and kinetic energy sniper rifle. He adjusted the position of the sniper rifle against the wall and slowly put eye appeal into the crosshairs. The bodyguards left a small gap, but in the eyes of the pale man, it was an extremely deliberate flaw. He smiled coldly, pressed on his ear, and reported through the mini earpiece inside. "I'm in position. I can fire at any time." "Very good." The voices of the few family representatives could be heard from the earpiece. In the city, the few family representatives were also monitoring interpay movements through the satellite. They had controlled this planet for many years and had access to countless resources. Looking at Interpais on the satellite, the family representatives were puzzled. Is he waiting for someone? Strange, who would be looking for him? After all, he has a financial group. Maybe he hired some new bodyguards. If it's just bodyguards, there's no need for him to welcome them personally. After discussing for a while, no one could figure it out, so they gave up. No matter what he was planning, as long as they killed him, the problem would be solved perfectly. One of the representatives gave the order to the assassin. "You can move." However, before he could finish his sentence, an emergency communication request popped up on the screen. It was from the Outer Space Defense Department of the planet. The family representative paused, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly accepted the call. "What's going on?" "This is the Outer Space Observation Station. An unknown fleet suddenly appeared in the outer space orbit of the planet without any notification. A battleship has just broken through the warning network and is rapidly descending. The estimated landing point is the airport on the outskirts of the capital city." Hearing the coordinates, everyone in the room was stunned. This fleet was the people Interpais was waiting for? So aggressive. Did they want to show off their strength? Humph, what's the use of calling people? "You're dead meat." Everyone's face sank. Just as they were about to give the order to the assassin, the startled voice of the observer suddenly sounded from the communication channel. "Wait a minute, I recognize it. This is the fleet of the Black Star Corps. Although there are no markings, I paid special attention to it. The number and model of the spaceships are exactly the same." In an instant, the expressions of all the family representatives changed drastically. At the same time, the group of people waiting at the airport heard the whistling of the airflow. They looked up and saw a spaceship descending from the sky at high speed. It was getting bigger and bigger in their line of sight. Soon, it landed on the ground, precisely stopping in front of Interpais and the others. Kai. The cabin door slid open, and the gangway extended. A tall figure in a black coat walked out from the shadows. He removed the disguise on his face and showed his true face. Black Star? At this moment, the eyes of the family representatives widened in shock. One of them even fell to the ground with a thud. They had been scheming against each other on the planet. In their eyes, a big shot like Black Star was extremely far away from them. They were people from two completely different worlds. But today, the person Interpais was actually Black Star himself? How was this possible? What was their relationship? Why would Black Star come to such a small place just for him? Not only were the family representatives stunned, but even the bodyguards around Interpais were also stunned. Just by looking at Black Star's figure, it was as if there was an overwhelming pressure coming from him. The strong aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. At this time, the family representatives seemed to have woken up from a dream. They were so shocked that they almost screamed at the assassin through their earpieces. "Quick! Get out of there immediately! Stop all actions!" They were all frightened by Black Star's sudden visit. Before they knew the relationship between Black Star and Interpais, no one dared to act rashly. The pale man swallowed his saliva while trembling. He dismantled the gun at lightning speed, picked up the box, and left the scene as if he was running for his life. Han Xiaoshin moved and glanced in the direction where the assassin escaped. He then retracted his gaze and walked down the gangway with Aurora. He sized up the leader of the group in front of him with interest. "You're Interpais?" "Yes, I welcome your Excellency Black Star on behalf of Radbudo. Your arrival is our honor." Interpais suppressed his nervousness and braced himself to speak. Although the plan was successful, and he had simulated the words to say countless times in his mind, The moment he saw Han Xiao, his mind went blank. All his imagination was shattered the moment he saw Han Xiao with his own eyes. His mentality was instantly shaken. What kind of person did I summon? Han Xiao sized him up and smiled gently. Your guts are quite big. Interpais trembled and did not dare to answer. He had a bitter premonition in his heart. This time, it was probably easier to invite a god in than to send him away. Chapter 934. The Interpais in front of him was very respectful, and the female secretary beside him was very nervous. Han Xiao sized up the two of them and confirmed one thing in his mind. He really did not have any impression of these two people, which meant that they were not famous NPCs from his previous life. At least, they were not famous among the players. However, not being famous did not mean that they were not capable. The galaxy was vast, and there were bound to be many people that the players had not come into contact with. The Interpais might not have achieved much in his previous life, or he might have died young, so he was unknown. Han Xiao's main idea of looking for people with potential was to use the information from his previous life as a reference, but other than that, it was also possible to find talents with potential. Before he came, the Han technician had investigated this person's past. His resume was complete, and his background was clean. He had founded a civilized local financial group from scratch, and he had good foresight when it came to strategic decisions. He managed the financial group very well. If not for the fact that he had caught Han Xiao's attention, Han Xiao would not have deliberately investigated such an insignificant person. In his opinion, although the Interpais did not have much combat strength, he was quite talented in handling affairs. He could be brought back to help Sylvia. Han Xiao did not speak for a while as he thought about all sorts of things. His silence increased the pressure on the Interpais exponentially. A drop of sweat that reflected light slid down his temples. The Interpais maintained his bowed posture, not daring to raise his hand to wipe his sweat. Han Xiao put away his thoughts and joked. Are you going to let me just stand here like this? Sorry, it was my oversight. Please follow me, I've already arranged everything. The Interpais hurriedly responded, secretly annoyed. Han Xiao's strong life rating suppression made him lose his composure, and he was afraid that his oversight would displease Han Xiao. The Interpais led the way in front, leading Han Xiao and Aurora onto the flying vehicle. All the bodyguards were separated, and only the four of them were left in the private carriage. The vehicle started and flew all the way to the center of the city. In the carriage, the Interpais and the secretary sat opposite Han Xiao and Aurora, their attitudes rather reserved. You were the one who invited me here. Why are you so nervous? Han Xiao said. There are probably no more than 100 people in the entire universe who can remain calm in front of you, and that doesn't include me. Interpais calmed down and complimented. Unfortunately, Han Technician didn't fall for flattery. His attitude didn't change. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up. That's right. You seem to have lied to me. You're not the lord of this planet yet. Interpaya's spirits were lifted. He thought to himself, here it comes. He stabilized his emotions and calmed himself down. He smiled. It's only temporary. With my current support rate, it's only a matter of time before I'm elected as the planet lord. Han Xiao did not comment and chuckled. In that case, your so-called helping the Black Star Corps establish a branch here can only be fulfilled when you become the planet's overlord? This sharp question went straight to the heart of the matter. Although Interpais thought so, he did not dare admit it verbally. He only used silence as a form of tacit agreement. The other party's reaction did not exceed Han Xiao's expectations. He paused for a moment and smiled with interest. In that case, why don't I cooperate with the current planet's overlord directly? The election day is coming. I'll definitely be elected as the planet's overlord. In the end, I'll still be in charge of cooperating with you, so I invited you in advance while you were nearby. Interpais knew that this reason was untenable, but it was only an excuse. Before he invited Han Xiao, He had considered the consequences of angering Black Star. He knew that Black Star might turn around and cooperate with the few large families. However, this was a gamble to begin with. If Black Star did not come, he would not have a chance to turn the tables. Then, even if Black Star cooperated with his opponent, what was the difference between him and his previous situation? After weighing the gains and losses, he decided to use Black Star's influence. However, although it was said to be using, in reality, Interpais knew very well that this was a form of help. It was impossible for him to hide his methods from a big shot like Black Star. Whether Black Star would come or not was something that he was not confident about. Now that he was here, it meant that Black Star knew about his unspoken words and was willing to help him. Therefore, as long as he did not expose him in person, both sides would have a tacit understanding. Hearing this, Han Xiao did not continue to make things difficult for him. He shook his head and laughed. He was very familiar with Interpaya's method. It was the empty check in the 72 tricks. He could not help but think of a similar joke he had seen in his previous life. There was a young man who wanted to become the son-in-law of a world tycoon, so he went to a famous bank to apply for a job, claiming that he was the son-in-law of a tycoon and wanted to obtain a high-level position. Then, he went to the tycoon and claimed that he was a high-level executive of a famous bank and wanted to marry the tycoon's daughter. Although the story was fake, this method of getting something for nothing was very similar to what Interpais was doing now. This method is still okay. Although it's a little risky and the success rate isn't high, Han Xiao nodded to himself. However, in other people's eyes, this was getting something for nothing, but in his eyes, this was leading a wolf into the house. A wild leek had jumped into his bowl of its own accord. If he did not take it, he would not be able to live up to his identity. Setting up a branch on an ordinary planet was just a small profit. Han Xiao did not care about it at all. What he wanted was Interpais. No matter the era, talents were an important resource. A mission was triggered on the interface, but it only rewarded a small amount of experience. It was better than nothing, so Han Xiao accepted it. They went all the way to Interpay Villa. Han Xiao moved in with Aurora. Interpais was afraid of offending the big boss, so he was relieved after everything was arranged. The bodyguards returned to their posts. In the corridor, the female secretary saw that there was no one around and could not help but wrap her arms around Interpay's neck excitedly. Great, with Black Star's help, we'll win for sure. Interpais squeezed out a smile, then shook his head and said in a deep voice, Black Star's people are enough. I'm only borrowing his deterrence. As long as the big families don't play tricks, I can win the election fair and square. You don't know, when Black Star appeared just now, I was almost scared to death. The female secretary rolled her eyes. It was really too risky this time. Don't do it again. If we didn't use this move so boldly, we wouldn't have a good ending. Interpaya's eyes were firm. It's useless to keep guessing the big shot's thoughts. If we don't try, how would we know if they will help us? We have to take the initiative to seize the opportunity. On the other side, Han Xiao's arrival shocked the big families in Radbudo. When the family heads heard the news, they immediately gathered to discuss what to do. In the meeting room, the family heads and important members of the big families had a serious expression. The atmosphere was very heavy. Our information doesn't show that Interpais has any background. Why did Black Star come to see him personally? A family head was puzzled. There must be a mistake in our information. Immediately investigate his relationship with Black Star. Before that, all plans and arrangements against Interpais must be stopped. Another person shouted. Black Star's existence had disrupted their overall plan and became a huge obstacle that could not be ignored. The consequences of all actions had to be taken into consideration with Black Star's attitude. Everyone present was surprised by the relationship between the two of them. This was exactly what Interpais wanted the big families to misunderstand. With Black Star beside him, the assassination plan could not be carried out. The success rate was 0. If Interpais was really Black Star's friend, they would be dead if they dared to act recklessly. The members of the big families knew that they could at most do whatever they wanted on this planet. Compared to Blackstar, they were no different from ants. Even if Blackstar killed them, they would not be able to cause any waves in the universe. As a vassal civilization under the dynasty's jurisdiction, the central government would not stand up for them. If they died, it would be a waste. Luckily, we stopped the assassination in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid. One of the family leaders had a lingering fear. The current planet lord is still a member of our family. Let's pay a visit to Blackstar first. There's nothing wrong with this behavior. We might be able to find out some information. A few hours later, the current planet lord of Radbudo brought a group of people with gifts and took the initiative to visit Interpay Villa. Han Xiao was staying in the villa, but he was more like the owner of the villa. Interpais did not dare to overstep his authority and reject the visitors for Han Xiao. He obediently reported this to his superiors. The planet lord of Radbudo waited outside for a while before he was allowed to enter. He suppressed his nervousness and walked all the way to the guest room. As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned. There was no sign of Han Xiao in the room. There was only a petite and cute girl sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. When he came back to his senses, he remembered that this was Blackstar's subordinate. He hurriedly put away his surprise and sat across from her. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Aurora tried her best to put on a serious expression. The planet lord of Radbudo smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands. There was no trace of his usual dignified appearance. His tone was filled with flattery. As the ruler of Radbudo, I would like to visit His Excellency Blackstar and arrange for His Excellency Blackstar's reception. You don't have to worry. His Excellency Blackstar is not someone you can meet just because you want to. Aurora waved her hand and imitated the tone Han Xiao used when he was teaching her. If there's nothing else, please leave. The planet lord of Radbudo did not give up and probed a few more words. When he saw Aurora frown, he did not dare to stay any longer and immediately stood up to leave. When he walked out of the villa, the planet lord of Radbudo's expression became extremely ugly. He could not even see Blackstar's face, but Interpais could personally receive Blackstar. The meaning of this made his heart sink to the bottom. With Han Xiao's current status, he could make many low-level complicated things simple. The people of the big families were intimidated. They were afraid of provoking Blackstar's anger and did not dare to use excessive means. Thus, they could only watch as Interpais continued to promote the election and increase the support rate, but they could not do anything to stop it. Han Xiao trained his energy while waiting for a few days in Radbudo. Soon, the election day arrived. On the day of the election, Interpais won the election with an overwhelming support rate. He gave an impassioned inaugural speech under the global broadcast and walked through the ceremony. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The sky gradually darkened and the curtain of night fell. The exterior screens of the high-rise buildings in the city were rolling the inauguration speech. From time to time, passers-by on the street would stop and look up to watch. The cheers and clinks of glasses of ordinary people could be heard from some small bars on the street. The flying vehicle moved slowly in the air. Interpais, who was sitting in the vehicle, looked at the scenes in the city through the window. The lights of thousands of homes flashed across his eyes. Under the night sky, his excitement and joy gradually faded. When he thought that there was a great God waiting for him at home, he could not be happy. The vehicle stopped in front of the villa. It was his home, but at this moment, it made him shrink back, like a dormant monster. Interpais took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and strode into the villa. "You're back." As soon as he entered the door, he saw Aurora leaning against the wall, waiting for him in the hallway. She pointed upstairs and smiled. "He's waiting for you in the study." Interpais squeezed his fingers nervously and went upstairs to the study. There was only Han Xiao in the room. He was standing in front of the bookshelf with his back facing him, reading a book with his head lowered. He did not need to turn his head to know that Han Xiao was here. He said calmly, "Since you're here, sit down." "Oh, okay." The atmosphere in the room made Interpais gulp involuntarily and sit on the chair in front of the desk. Han Xiao closed the book and faced Interpais expressionlessly. "Since you've won the election, it's time to fulfill the conditions." Pais let out a sigh of relief and said respectfully, I understand. I will immediately use the power in my hands to arrange for Radbudo and the Black Star Corps to fully cooperate and support the Corps to establish a division here. However, before he finished, Han Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. I'm not talking to you about such a small matter now. Pei's heart skipped a beat. Han Xiao stared at him calmly and said slowly, since it's done, then I'll say it openly. You'll use my deterrence to help you intimidate the major families. This is only your surface goal. Your second goal is to establish a division here through the Corps and obtain the long-term support of the Corps. Only then can you guarantee your position as the Lord. Pais heard this and did not say anything. This was indeed his plan. The election was only the beginning. The major families had operated in Radbudo for so many years and had long controlled all levels of officials. Even if he became the Lord, he was just an empty puppet with no power. When Black Star left and the major families investigated the relationship between the two, his life would still be in danger. Therefore, for the sake of the long term, he had to find a backer. And Black Star, who happened to be nearby, attracted his attention and became his first choice. The other goal of this plan was to turn the Black Star Corps into his backer and use the momentum of cooperation to stabilize his position as the Lord. What do you want? Pais pursed his lips and looked gloomy. Han Xiao looked at him and suddenly smiled. The heavy atmosphere in the room suddenly dissipated. Don't be so nervous. Since I chose to help you, I naturally won't harm you. Pais thought about it and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed. However, before he could take a breath, Han Xiao's next sentence made him freeze. Okay, you've played enough. Pack your things and come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Iapetus's expression froze. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.